Hello, hello. Hope everyone is well and having a good time. Before we get into it, I remembered that I'm in spoiler territory on my main. Give me a sec to log in and relocate myself. For those who haven't done the 4.2 story yet. Hope everybody is having a good start to their Wednesday. Let's teleport to the safest place. Oh, actually, no. I guess we're going to the party car. You won the 50-50 for Nicole and Durin. Congrats. Enjoy your fire shenanigans. We are in a safe space now. We're in our room. Your Varko shall rule Tivat. That he shall. With his mighty manly fists. Right now I'm just farming for more elation pieces. Trying to upgrade my Evanescia and Yao Guang.
Flowers bloom for tomorrow. Have some sunshine. The snow bloom. Stir the skies. Memories waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May time watch over the Evernight. Don't blink. May you fulfill.
Gonna be a nice chill day today. Work on some dailies. And then we got Chaos's account review to do. After much deliberation of whether to do it off screen or on screen, I've decided to we can do it now. Now that things have slowed down with NTE and ZZZ.
Don't blink. Rewrite destruction with me.
This will be our first Star Rail account review on stream. But there will certainly be some ad-libbing involved. So hopefully it's a good time.
Don't blink. Rewrite destruction with me.
I think so too, Chaos. Attack and speed. We need crit. Stop thinking that Venecia wants attack. That's not useful. Oh. Oh. My elation farm has been very sad. Very sad. Not to mention that I have to set up a set for Mordenex. This was on the Magical Girl set. I could potentially use it on a Venecia, but it's not. Okay, nothing to really do on my main except be sad about relic farming. We can go ahead and switch over to the alt. My alt is very much a work in progress still, but we're getting there. Getting to trail-based levels a lot faster than I thought I would. Thanks to all the extra story that's available. I didn't up until recently. But I wanted to experiment with how feasibly a new account can clear endgame content. So I made one. And I'm like, you know what? Anniversary is a good time to do it. Pick up Silverwolf, pick up her Lycomb, figure out the rest from there. So here's Silverwolf. We are Trailblaze 54 at the moment. Slowly been working on upgrading these teams. Silverwolf is at 70. I was working on her skills. EMC is also at 70. I think, yeah, everybody else is at 60 at the moment. So the teams I'm using, we have Silverwolf, EMC, Sparkle, and Hoho. And then the second team is the classic Herda Himiko duo with Gallagher and Pella as the sustain and support. And this is just what we're going to use in the meantime. I do have, yeah, I have all the other 4 stars now. Except for Hunt March, because I haven't done the event. Oh wait, no, I'm missing Motza. I don't have Motza yet. Is there anyone else I'm missing for 4 stars? Where is the data bank? Oh, I'm missing quite a few 4 stars actually. But Lynx and Yukong are free. So it's really just Hanya, Motza, and Luca. As for what we're going to use our stamina on today. Guess you technically have more than one HSR account. Defined technically. I need weekly mats to level this further. That's her skill. That's the only thing that I haven't finished leveling for her. Oh wait, did I level her light cone? Nope. Not that really matters, but Sort of does. Your friend that accidentally created a new account when they tried to log in with the wrong email. I see. What's actually holding me back right now is the monster mats. I need to do more Divergent Universe runs so I can get Tears of Souls. Hello, hello, Divide. Hope you are doing well. Need weekly mats for all of these. Should work on ascending Himiko, which looks like I was doing.
With countless marvelous sights to be seen, I couldn't possibly consider stopping here.
It's another standard pool. Yeah, we'll lock this. Does Himiko work with Himiko? We'll have to see. Will it be a repeat of the Herda? Only time will tell. $47 fuel your jelly. I forget how much is on my main account right now. There's a pretty fair amount there too, because I don't use it that often. Don't look at yours when you lock in. Look at that, 2 more fuels to add to the list. How am I doing on pulls right now? We got just under 3 multis. Trying to save up for Yaguang and Sparksy reruns. So I can continue building up the Silver Wolf team. Who do I have on this account? Not much at the moment. Trying to make me use the treasure gadget. Hello, Monchips. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Where's my roster? There's my roster. This is my roster. That's all I got. Himiko was the starter standard unit I got. Grab Sparkle off the selector. Grab Woho from the shop. And then I pulled for Silver Wolf and her Sig. Yeah, this account will be free to play because I don't plan on spending on it.
Talents maxed out, firing on all cylinders.
Out of the Elation DPS, I ended up liking Evanescia more, but Silver Wolf is cool. Which is why I didn't mind using her for this. You just built the old Silver Wolf. I do have the original Silver Wolf on my main. I pulled her back on release.
Maxed out, firing on all cylinders.
Yes, I'm aware the talents are maxed out, Silver Wolf. Except they're not maxed out. Because you need to level this. Got her from the 50 loss. She is pretty good for Archer. I have also used her in other teams, like recently it's been Casterus and Hypercarry Hyacinth. I forget what else. Give me just 1 second here. Live stream should be in 2 days. You'll probably get I'm gonna see it before the end of the version. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, the live stream will be on Friday. We'll be doing I won't be watching it as it airs, but we'll be doing a watch along around this time on stream on Friday. Himiko Nova just got announced that it did, and she's got a giant mecha to boot. I'm thinking about making my second team on this account around Himiko. But I will be skipping her on my main account. I made an HSR. No, her mech is more like a Gundam mecha. At least based off going off of the design. Yeah, it looks like big mecha. Hello, Liberal. Welcome in, welcome in. How does one apply for the account review? So we'll be starting up the account review for Chaos shortly. I do take other account reviews through the points redeems. So we have a Star Rail account review scheduled for today. We have a Zenless one scheduled for tomorrow. And then as the reviews come in, we just schedule some time aside to take a look at people's accounts, do some learning together, help out the generous viewer who redeemed. And go from there. Do I need to do anything else on my alt account? Not at the moment, no. I do want to try to attempt how far I can get in MOC, but I'll probably do that closer to the end of the week. For now, I think we can go ahead and get into Chaos's account. Alright, Chaos, if you're good to go. Just gonna need the code. Should be coming over. We gotta redeem for an Anax. We can take a look at Anax real quick. Let's see what we got going on here. I can get the browser pull up.
Good fortune itself is also.
Oh, it's okay, Yao Guang. Some of your characters share pieces. You think Anax is on win, but he has a Scholar set too that gets split up between a few other characters. Mostly Scholar and Akrados that get shared. Sounds good. Speaking of Anaxa, we have Divides Anaxa here. This is a Hyper Carry Anaxa. Which team are we running this with? Is this a Sunday? Is this a Cyrene? Sunday Tribi Fermentatere? Okay. That's the same team I use with my Anaxa. That being the case, crit rate is good. Crit damage is definitely looking solid. Could probably drop some speed in favor of some attack rolls. But it's looking like 26. And then how many of these speed rolls are we using right now? We could drop like 2 to 3. 6 to, so 10, 32 effective substats at the moment. I would say that's pretty solid. How are the rolls? Rolls overall look pretty good. There's a couple low rolls on the chest piece for crit. But otherwise, it's looking pretty solid. I would say I would look at swapping out these gloves. Because you don't need all the speed from the gloves. Unless your Sunday's just really fast, but you could also just slow down Sunday. If you have gloves with Sundays at 135, okay. So I would say about getting some gloves, and because you can go as low as 130, 136 or whatever decimal point Sunday is at. As long as the Nox does faster than Sunday, you're good. And you can use that to get some more attack and crit damage rolls on these gloves. If the speed were spread across the other pieces, I wouldn't stress it as much, but the fact that it's just on the gloves and we can just easily swap those gloves out, I would say it's definitely worth doing. No problem. Other than that, the build is looking solid. He's on Rutland, he's on Scala, he's doing what he's got to do. Anything else I can clear up before we move on to Chaos's review? As I try to get a spreadsheet going. Take a quick look at Yao Guang. This is 178 speed with Sig. So Sig gives 10% crit rate, and then this gives 18, so 28. So she's at 99. That's good. She's on Lushaka with energy. 178 is a breakpoint, but I can't remember for what exactly. Let me check. Good thing I have these speed breakpoint charts in the Discord. So it's a cycle 3 breakpoints at MOC. And it's a little over a cycle 1 breakpoints in AA. I would consider trying to get another speed roll in here, because that hits the 180 breakpoint, which gets you another action in cycle 2. So you get 9 total actions instead of 8 for 2 cycles of anomaly arbitration. And then it doesn't get you anything in MOC though. At least not anything that you don't already have. But getting that extra action in cycle 2 could be helpful for anomaly arbitration. But 178 is still solid, and so long as your AHA speed is past 133.34, that's all we can ask for. Yeah, crit's good. Crit damage is also looking solid. If you were feeling frisky, you could aim for the 200 speed Yao Guang. That's what I'm planning to do on Diviner, but that's a bit more of a grind. With Sig, I would say this is a good break point for her to be at. And you can push further if you want to min-max. Hello, Yotsugi. My pleasure. Am I running Yao Guang with Evanescia or Silver Wolf? Yeah, on my account, I'm playing her with Evanescia. I don't know what Divide is playing Yao Guang with. How many account reviews are we doing today? We just have the one for Chaos right now. We do have a ZZ account review scheduled with Argy tomorrow. Would be any Evanescia if you didn't pull her yet because you want to see the reruns. That's fair. You had a ZZZ account review, right, Yotsugi? I got ZZZ on the list here. Yeah. So, Yotugi, we can do yours tomorrow after Argy's. I was planning to do Argy's first since they're in Europe. And I've heard they like to sleep. We're gonna have to do some creative here. With the sounds good, Yotsuki. I'm currently in the background trying to get a spreadsheet going because we like spreadsheets here. I did see the Makoto buffs. How many of those are actually new though? Because I know they also list the buffs that were already on CN as buffs for Makoto. All were new. Ah. We do like bigger number. Okay, so we're going to be starting on my ZZZ sheet, but we're quickly going to change that. Because it's not going to translate one-to-one. It'll translate for the most part. But we will have to make adjustments. That's not my sheet. That's my sheet. Okay. We got things pulled up here. I need this. No, I need this. Okay. Give me just a moment. I'm going to be right back. Just take care of something real quick. And then we'll get into things. Your pull plans for the remainder of this version center around C. We hope for 5-star sample. I pray. I pray. But I will be right back. All right, we are back. We are ready to begin. But we do need some music. Ah. What kind of music are we feeling today? Let's go. Yeah, let's go this. All right, so we have our Chaos Cracking Uwu account review. First thing you typically like to do here is just take a look at the roster in its entirety, which is a very, very wide roster. Much wider than we're used to in Zenless. We're going to go ahead and get everybody listed here. I think for the sake of organization, we're going to have to list them by element, with their each having their own rows. You do have quite a few eidolons as well. We will definitely have to take a look at that. How do we want to mark eidolon? Like I said, we're going to be ad-libbing quite a bit here. We'll want to mark eidolons, and if they have sig. So I have an idea. And it's going to involve already decapitating the spreadsheet. So I need to resize. Nope. Resize this to half. This. Resize this. Let's go 32. There's a lot more emphasis on vertical investment in Star Rail. We do want to make sure we're acknowledging that. To blow all this up. That's 4 rows, so we need to do 3 more. With spreadsheets and all spreadsheets. So this is, we have a row for each element. I'll actually I need the icons to make this pretty. This is also just me making a spreadsheet design in real time that we can use later for any future HSR account reviews. You've been playing HSR long and easy. You started the banner before Acheron release. Your first 5-star was Lochan's rerun. That would have been 2.0. Yeah, Before Acheron was 2.0. Has anybody else been having issues, like, loading pages in the wiki, or is it just me? I feel like pulling up wikis has been very sad as of late. Maybe I just need to clear my cache again. We're gonna get everybody listed here. I don't know if we're gonna put in the 4 stars necessarily. Unless there's somebody specific Chaos wants me to take a look at. Because 4 stars don't tend to be as relevant in Star Rail. At least not with established accounts. They're great placeholders for the most part. It's not long-term investments. The only 4 stars sometimes you use are Ting Yun and Ampo and those funsies. Sounds good. Hello, Hardigan. You definitely didn't catch me shrimping. I would never. Hope all is well. Going to a little before you go eat dinner. Sounds good. Can't just have a spreadsheet. It's got to be a pretty spreadsheet. Otherwise, how can we stand to look at it? Have you seen this spreadsheet? My NTE spreadsheet? I am very extra. I have been told that, yes. I just like putting everything in a neat little row, you know? Helps ease the chaos in my mind. Not to be confused with you chaos. Or NTE's upcoming character chaos. But the Office Suite down. I don't even use Office, I just use Google Sheets. Okay, so we got our pretty little spreadsheet going. Now we actually need to put the characters in here. So let's sort. So we got Yao Guang. Gonna let me yes, okay. Well, these aren't not even. I mean, it's not. Oh well. Wrong. Permancer Tere. Center everything in here. What if we knock out 5 pixels each of these? 5 more. Okay. I lied, it did bother me. So we're fixing it. We have quite the extensive roster here. Including our good man Argenti. Such a good man. No, you're good. I'm not used to seeing big rosters in Star Rail because my roster is actually not that big on my account. I think I literally posted a picture the other day, didn't I? Where is the thing? Yeah. There's my roster in its entirety. So I'm missing, I want to say like nearly half, or a third at least. Somewhere between a third and a half of the roster. Because the HSR characters just don't interest me as much as like Zenless characters do. At least not overall. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do either. While we're here, while we're looking at these, we'll also take a look at the Eidolon. Actually, we'll take a look at Eidolons after, because I forgot you can't actually filter this list by element. I think in Genshin you can. That might have been what I was thinking of. Let me zoom this in a bit more for y'all. That's good. Take a look at Aya. Got Sparksicle. You, a personal favorite of mine. No Dahlia. No Dahlia. I think I need to resize these a little more. Just a little bit. You don't like Dahlia's design? Fair enough. I can't say Dahlia is a favorite in terms of character design or character for me either, but she buffs Boot Hill and Rappa, and I like them. So I'm like, you know what? I will pull you for them. Okay, that's good. That looks good. Lingsha. I firmly believe in Vidyadhara supremacy. Zhao Cho, who I wish wasn't locked to Acheron. Topaz and Himeko. Not to be confused with the recently announced Himeko Nova. Next up, we have Ice. Cyrene. The Herta. New layout for Star Rail? Indeed, indeed. I wanted to try to show Eidolons and light tones, since that it's a little more important in Star Rail. Although showing W engine could prove useful in the ZZZ ones as well, so I may adapt some of this into the ZZZ template. This is why it's good to try new things, because it might make the old things you do better. And we'll put Trailblazer here as well. It's because we do use Trailblazer. Means I need to put Trailblazer here, although we're not using Preservation Trailblazer as much. But we'll do it in honor of their memory. Yuan-Ching was built, but you think his pieces got scattered? Pretty sure mine is still built. I may have stolen a piece for Asheville or something while I was doing anomaly arbitration runs last week. Lightning. We have Just Kafka. Somebody hasn't been filling their annual lightning unit quota. Gosh. Okay, I'm not either. You built yours on Scholar? Mine was on two-piece. That's not what I wanted to do. You would love to have Jingyuan, but you ran at a bad time. Fair enough. I'll allow it. Window. It's me, I'm Wind. Sarajra. Iason. My boy. Black Swan. I remember pulling on Black Swan's banner trying to get Misha. It was desperate times, I will admit. Oh. In an alternate timeline, I would have gotten Black Swan and decided to have built Dot. Maybe. Still would have involved committing to full Kafka, which I had little interest in doing. Took you till 2.6 to get a single Misha copy. I think it took me till 2.7. One was the selector that included Misha. Was that 6 or 7? Because that's how I got Misha. Quantum. We just got Treeby, Sparkle, and Acha. That's your Quantum roster is literally just an Archer team, which I find pretty funny. Like, yeah, this is just Quantum Archer. That's all it is. You were right on 78. You said BP to get Lucia. Buying the BP ain't bad. Congrats on your Lucia. She is home. After millennia, she has returned. Ratio and Aventurine. Locha. We almost got away with 7 per row, but Welt had to come and ruin it. Dang it, Welt. Okay, so that is... No, wait, no, we need another row. Because Harmony MC exists. Every time I go to grab the image of Trailblazer for the spreadsheet, I have to, like, resist the urge to grab a picture of Kalis. And for prosperity, we must also include physical Trailblazer, because that's Chaos's real main. Destruction Trailblazer. Right, Chaos? We're only missing 2 elements for Trailblazer. Do we think we're going to get a Wind Trailblazer next or a Quantum Trailblazer? Gonna be honest, you don't know who your main is anymore. I don't know if I can say I truly main anyone. Like, I guess I play Casterus a lot. But I've also been playing mostly Ashvale recently. What's your skill priority for Lucia? Core, EX, Ult. Would I put Ult over? Where's my Lucia guide? I don't think I put ult over basic and assist. No, I put them as equal. Why did I do this? Yeah, I would say like this. 4, EX for her sheer force buff, ult basic, and assist for her aftershocks and damage. EX to 12 first every time because that's her skill buff. That's where her sheer force buff is. Back to this. Why is this? The only thing Lucia doesn't need leveled is her dodge because she doesn't ever use it. Unless you're playing on field Lucia. For some reason. Okay, we got the roster set up. Now we need to check who has Sig. We'll just go down the list here. A lot. Well, let's see who doesn't have Sig. Sig. Who else is on Acheron Sig? Cyrene doesn't have Sig. That's our first one. Kafka's not going to be on Sig. Either is Himiko if you're playing her break. So Cyrene, Black Swan, Kafka, Himiko, you. Cyrene, Kafka, Sparkle, Yug, Freebie, Black Swan, Yao Guang, Himiko we have Sig, we're just not using it. Yao Guang, Cube, Freebie, Sparkle, Black Swan, Kafka. Yeah, it looks like that's it, because the rest are 4 stars. Unless somebody's holding a level 1 light cone for some reason. So many light cones. So little time. Ult sort of has a Sig, it's just not his Sig. Okay. Yagwong, Yu, 3B, Sparkle, Black Swan, Kafka, and then Boots. Cool. Now we gotta look at Eidolons. E2. Centered. Make it big. Make it bold. E0 for Sparksy. E0 Yagwong. E2 Hua Hua. Big Hua Hua Revive. Big Revive. The caster is passive at home. I see you two have not completed the story. Unless you're just missing one from exploration. E0 Permancer Tere. Sealands E3 Finon. If only there were name cards here. Wait, why are they sorted by element now? Did I do that? You do that? I swear it's not normally sorted by element. I swear. If you run Trigger Seed, Cecilia can use Mercury. I wouldn't recommend it because Mercury is supposed to be for Aftershock. I would just run Plug Boo or like Snap. E1 Bobbin. E0 Argenti. E0 Fugue. E0 Linksha. E6 Chao Cho because Chaos is based. E0 Topaz. E4 Himiko. E0 Cyrene. 0 Herta. E1 Ron May. E2 Sword Boy. Yang King. E6 Japard. Because she said one E6 shielder wasn't enough. More likely the gacha said it. E1 Kafka. E0 Saritra. E1 Hyacinth. Jeffy is actually E12. You have a bunch of Sword Boys like Cone. I have S5 of Yang Qing's signature, but I think he's only E3 at the moment. E0 Blade, E2 Branya. E0 Treeby. Not often you see the E0 Treeby. E0 Sparkle, E1 Archer. I already know this might AZ6, I'm not even gonna look yet. E1 Rappa. E0 Sunday. E0 Ratio. E6 Aventurine. E0 Locha. E2 Welt. We do like E21 Welt, yes, definitely. And then Bailu's down over here. Bailu and Clara. Clara's E1, Bailu's E2. Hello there, Zenless Gotcha 0. New form Himiko not bad, but we probably know is to never let you go. I'm not sure what that is reference to. But we do have new Himiko form coming out. E21 Welt versus E2 Sword Boy, who wins? I think Welt's doing a good job. But also, Yang Ching needs his Nova Flare, so you know, we can hope. We can hope they fix Yang Ching's kit one day. I can't say I'm confident in it, but I can hope. Just for the sake of completing the spreadsheet, I'm pretty sure we have Eidolons on the other paths. E4 HMC. No. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, actually, getting E5 would be good. HMC is usually the one people don't have Eidolons for because it's a pain to get. Like they really made getting E6 HMC not a good time. Which is probably why they made it basically free for Remembrance, and Elation is also essentially free if you do a little bit of exploration. E4 Destruction Trailblazer. No, you have to do like all of the side quests to get E6. Pretty much all of the side quests. It is easier now because there's more content added for Penacony. But back in 2.x, you essentially had to 100% the map to get E6. And that's just not pleasant. Hello there, Kels. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, no, it's... This is our first HSR account review. I was originally planning to do this off stream with Chaos, but I decided, you know what, I'm gonna do it on stream. We're doing it live. Okay, we got the roster. We got all our Eidolons listed here. So overall, actually, no, I want to, before we get into this, I want to set up teams and see if there are any noticeable holes in teams. We need... delete this row. Actually, just resize this row. Hello, Atherton. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take these units that we made, and we're going to figure out how our teams are doing. I'll grab the Elation teams. That's the most recent one. We're currently working on an account review for Chaos Kraken in Honkai Star Rail here. I've been in Copenhagen. Okay, let's take a look and see how we're gonna break this down. Do you have presets set up? That'd be an easy way of looking. But some are outdated. No worries, it'll give us an idea of where we're focusing on. Why is Destruction Trailblazer here? Oh, it's because it's not linked, that's why. And I swapped the Destruction. That's how you can tell it's outdated. It doesn't have the new Trailblazer save path thing. Is this an entire account review? This is an entire account review, yes. How can you get an account review? We have it available through a points redeem system. So completely for free. You just gotta tune into the stream, and once you get enough points, you can redeem an account review. Currently, I do for Zenless and Star Rail. Once you redeem it, we just schedule a time to work on it as we're doing now. Yeah, I do plan to update the text as well. And then I do eventually plan to add NTE, Neverness to Everness also. Well, yeah, you have Break, you have Mighty, you got Archer, we got that for some reason. You definitely got a good selection of teams in here. We have both Noxa and the Herda. So many teams. little time. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, we can definitely take some time to take a look at the characters. If there's any specific character you want me to take a look at, you can find some time after the account review here. Who else are we missing for DPS? So we're missing Argenti, Himiko, although Himiko's kind of just in the Rappa team, uses the Rappa team. We do also have the Discord available, as Yotugi linked. We have a help channel there for Zenless, Star Rail, and NTE, so you can always ask questions in there as well. For Finon, we're currently playing the Sunday Ceridra variant, which is also essentially the Anaxa team. I'm not seeing any immediate holes in the roster outside of like Dahlia for break. You're new to Zenless, still getting your head wrapped around everything there. Well, we can definitely help with Zenless on stream and in the server. Hello, Kriorum. I'm not sure what you mean, but thank you for dropping in. Black Swan is pretty much benched because you use Jiao. You have to get our streamer to do your build then. I do like math. Okay, I did see you were using Jiao Cho, which makes sense because he's 6 Jiao Cho. I don't know if Ho-Ho wins here. Well, you do have E2 Ho-Ho over E0. I forgot to check. Does Ho-Ho have Sig? Ho-Ho does have Sig. You only have crit DPS and want to invest into either Dot or Break. Which one can I recommend? I would say either is fine to invest in. The question is, it's really about rerun timings, because it's hard to build up a team through reruns. So you're going to be saving for a good while. But I would say either team is perfectly fine to invest in. You go back and forth between a lot of sustains depending on who is available. That's fair. Mighty team is Mighty highest in RMC Cyrene. That makes sense. For Rappa, right now we have Hugh Grand May, Lingsha, what it's looking like. Archer, we have the Quantum team. As a returning player, you pulled E1, S1 Eva, and you have a guarantee, so you go for E2 or save it for Yao Guang rerun. I would... E2 Eva is good, but I would save it for the Yao Guang rerun, because teammates tend to be more important than the Eidolons. Words are hard sometimes. You think more Break characters could get Nova Flares in the future, so Break might become even better? Potentially, but they're still... Dot is still fine to invest in. Like, Dot is still a good team, even if it already has its Nova Flares. When you're on YouTube, Jinglu is there. When you play HSR well. Yeah, not sure what you mean, Kyoto. You wrap a Nova Flare? I'll take a Wrap a Nova Flare, and a Boot Hill Nova Flare, and a Shui Yi Nova Flare. Hello, Niblade. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Rapanova Flare sounds amazing by now. I would very much like a Rapanova Flare because Rappa's pretty great. Whoa, being bullied in the idle screen. I didn't even realize it. No, Boot Hill also needs a Nova Flare. Boot Hill is great too. Chaos doesn't have Boot Hill though, so I can't switch to Boot Hill right now. We can switch to Rappa though. Where's Rappa? There she is. Yeah, Boot Hill and Shui Yi too were both Break DPS created before they actually figured out what they wanted to do with Break. So that they both function as like crit Break DPS, but the crit part just doesn't work. Is 183 speed enough for Ho-Ho? That is plenty for Ho-Ho. Even 160 plus is fine for Ho-Ho. But if you can get to 180 plus, even better. Chat E1 for Castris. Now you get Hyacinth E1, so you get Locha's kit. Ah, yes. The ratio team. Ratio Avon, Sunday, Robin. I was wondering who we were putting in the third slot. You could get Ash Veil. Chocoper. Is there any other teams that we're missing? How much are we playing Argenti or Clara or Topaz? You still play Topaz Kells? It's okay to play the units you like. I just don't know how much Chaos is using them. Relics of a bygone era. They're retired veterans on Chaos's account. Okay, I think we have all of your main teams covered. We try to avoid leaked discussions on stream here in Nightblade, but we do have a channel in the Discord for it. You know, where's my Argenti Nova Flare? Cool. So looking at the teams, I would say there's definitely not any noticeable holes at the moment. Outside of Dahlia for the break team. The ratio needs 2 Nova Flares at once. No. 1 Nova Flare would be plenty. He got a little bit of a bump with Ashvale. Yeah, what would we be in terms of vertical investment here? At this point, let's see. Elation sustain. Where elation sustain? Whenever they show up. Yeah, Yaguang, E1, and Sig. Actually, there was a chart for this. That had the calcs listed. This one here. Yeah, Yaguang E1. Yaguang Sig actually isn't that necessary outside of like hitting the 200 speed point comfortably. This chart is recommending E2 Sparksy first, but I'd probably wait to see what the Elation Sustain does. So I would say at least Yaoguang E1 is definitely worth considering. And then you could look at Sparksy Eidolons, but it might be worth waiting to see what the vertical investment on the Elation Eidolon is. Look at your Yaguang speed and I will understand. Now what? It could be faster, like it's 170 right now. We could see about making it faster. But even then, 170 is still okay for this. I would consider maybe Von Whack to get ahead of Silverwolf. You have Von Whack pieces. You do have some Bonwhack. You have Bonwhack with speed. This one has speed. This one has speed. Could check to see if these roll speed. You have an ER rope. Yes, but these don't have speed in them, and none of these have speed in them. So the rope is a bit funkier. But if you get Bonwhack on Yao Guang, that lets her get ahead of Silver Wolf in turn 1. And then from there, you just build as much speed as you can. Can I swap the big and small screens? I can. But I was gonna stick with this screen for a bit longer. We will be switching screens at some point. For this... Oh, I forgot to put Cyrene here. I would say for both Mighty and... Actually, really, all three. Finon, Anaxa, and Mighty. It could be worth considering. E2 Cyrene. E2 Cyrene, and then E1 Saridra. She likes Anaxa. That's all it is. And it was also probably pulled before Cyrene came out. If you did want to invest further into Mighty, Finon, and Anaxa, I would be looking at E2 Cyrene. E1 Saridra is a good option for Finon. There's also... Does E2 Hyacinth functions with Mighty, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, because this one you lose HP. E2 is what charges her ult faster, yes. And since you already invested vertically into the main DPS, I would say E2 Cyrene would be the next step if you wanted to push those teams further. E1 Permantratere is also worth considering, but less of a need. E0 Cyrene is fine for Anaxa and for Mighty. You try to get his E1 negates you, I see. Yeah, if you wanted to invest into these teams further, this is what I would be looking at. For Dot, it really would just be E1 Hycealins, maybe E2. I forget how big of an increase E2 is. But at least E1. How long have I been playing Star Rail? So I started day 1. I did take some time off during like late 1.x and early 2.x, but I've been playing regularly since 2.4. Yeah, I would say at this point, the only investment that we would really need is E1 Hycealins, and then like you could consider E2 Hycealins and E2 Kafka, but this team is already pretty well invested in. For your break team, it would be really just get Dahlia. And if you wanted to invest further into Rappa, it'd be get more Dahlias. You don't know what is best between E1 or S1 high ceilings? I believe the consensus is E1 is typically better, but S1 can be useful if you need the the speed stats. They're both worth going for, but E1 is a bigger damage increase. Yeah, it also depends on what other light cones you have. If you have S5 of Eyes of the Prey, you can get away without having her Sig. But if you have like no light cone options, if you're just starting out an account and you're building up Dot as one of your first teams, I would look at getting her light cone first. Because if you don't have the alternatives, then the light cone becomes more priority. So I would say for this team, for break, at the minimum, we would look at Dahlia, ideally with Sig, but even E0, S0 would be a significant upgrade over Ranmei. And then if you wanted to push it further, then you could look at getting E2, because E2 Dahlia is really good for Rappa. Like, really good. Yeah, most Nihility characters can use Cypher Sig, because it's just a good Sig. Especially if they're already building some effect hit rate. At the very least, I would get Rappa, get Dahlia if you wanted to invest further into Rappa. Archer. For Archer, the third slot can depend on the fight. Like, you could say get Cypher instead of Tribi, and that would make sense for some fights, but Tribi can work well. I would say getting E1 Tribi, at least for the Herda, would be very good. You need speed to use Cypher Light Cone. No, you also need effect hit rate. You need 39% to guarantee the defense shred. Which you can get with substats. You don't need to use a chest for it, but it is something you have to keep in mind. You need 170 plus speed to get both defense shreds, and you need 39% effect hit rate to guarantee it lands. I know E2 Sparkle is quite good here. Or even E1 Sparkle. But this is a... For Archer, it's a bit more situational outside of Sparkle investments. What ornament sent it better for Herda? Izuma or Rudolent? Let me see... I want to say it's Rudolent? Actually, no, I think... let me just find the calcs. Oh, I assume this is for the Herda. And the Herda always uses an erudition unit. Unless this is for small Herda. Is this for small Herda? So if this is for the Herda, Izumo is slightly better, but they're about the same, so it's really more about substats. Yeah. If you have pieces for both, Izumo will likely pull ahead if they're similar substats. If you don't have pieces and if you're deciding what to farm, neither are great because the other set in their stage isn't used that often. So I would probably try to craft them. Hello, we are currently working on an account review for Chaos Kraken, one of our viewers here. We're just going through and seeing what potential further investments we can do for the teams that we have. The only one I'm not sure of, because I'm not too experienced with this, is Ratio. Because I never used Ratio, because I had Imbiber Lune. The delay is insane, that's strange. Could be streaming simultaneously, unless it's not for some reason. Yeah, there's no added delay, there's no latency. Wonder why that is. Well, they're on YouTube at the moment. Are Sunday Early Eidolons worth? E1 can be worth if he's with Permancer Tere. And even then it's mostly for Aglaya. Honestly, if we were looking to invest into this team, I would lean towards getting Ashvale and swapping out Sunday for Ashvale. Is this a Pokemon Black and White low HP music? Yes, it is. Ratio is mostly just that team you can't get let go of. If you wanted to play specifically this team, I need to look at Ratio's Eidolons because I don't actually know what. I think his E1 is okay. Oh, is it his E2? Actually, I think it's his E2. Where's Golbuzz video? Let's see what Golba put as ratio calcs 2 years ago. Where are the Eidolons? Yeah, 12% on E1 and 23% on E2. My investment in the Herda. This is just showing what routes, if we were to invest further in, where Chaos decides to put her pulls is up to her. I assume she's going to be focusing on the Elation team since it's the newest, and then we'll see how rerun timings work from there. But after E1 Treeby, getting E2 the Herda would be the next best bet for this team, because we already have everything else set up. He wanted to get Eidolons on him, but his one rerun was awful timing. The one rerun in the middle of Anniversary, and the Noxa right after. We could look at E1 and then E2. And Sunday Vertical just doesn't do much here. That's the thing. Because his E1 is only like 20% def ignore. You don't suggest getting E1 Dan Hunk for Finon. This is more of an optional thing on the Finon side. The main things would be getting E2 Sarini and then considering E1 Saridra. I wouldn't say Finon Sustain is useless, especially not Anomaly Arbitration. Finon has had a bit of a struggle recently without E2. I'm gonna have to put this here, Chaos. Like, if you want to keep using Sunday, that's perfectly fine. But there's just investing into Sunday Vertical just doesn't do much for this team at this point. His Eidolons don't add anything. I think that's everything for the teams we have listed here. I think I want to split these up a little bit more, just to show like what the immediate upgrades would be, and then what can be considered. Yeah, everybody here has Sig. The green means they have their Sig light cone. But we already have E6 Aventurine here. And then E1 Robin, you don't really need to go past E1. You could consider E2, but it's okay. Yeah. There's some shenanigans you can do with E2, but unless you're planning for it, it's not anything too crazy. Okay. See, we got all the major teams listed. We got their potential next upgrades, and then any other additional considerations. So I think we're good on the teams. Now, in terms of the relics, how do we want to handle relics here? The way I handled it in ZZZ, I would either focus on a couple of teams, or just give a general look through all the major units. Tell you what to farm, please. So you're just trying to figure out where to optimize next. What's the best way for us to go about that? Cocoa for chocolate. Those money. What? Farm princess. There's always 4-piece eagle. I have half a mind to use Fribbles to take a look through everybody. I ended up getting my first Eagle set for EMC through the Relic Recon event. But I can't say I'm personally a fan of farming Eagle. Not saying it's bad, just not what I like to do. Always bet on DDD. You have a set for Kafka and a set for Anaxa. You know, we're just gonna jump into Fribbles. But first, no, this is fine. I think I might need to clear up my info. I might have info here. Give me one sec. You got your first speed Eagle set with this event too, 165 Sparkle. Nice, nice. Fun fact, day one player, you've had DDD after 2 years of the game. I've been quite lucky with DDDs, because I end up having to pull a Light Cone whenever DDD shows up. I pulled Light Cone, I pulled Imbibitor Lune Light Cone, Boot Hill Sig on Rerun, Evernight Sig, and all of those had DDD in them. You're preparing to be roasted by chat because you have quite a bit of relic sharing. Relic sharing is fine. That's like the least thing I'd be concerned about. Okay. I do need to relog here, because we're gonna get this stuff imported. Thank you for the hydrate, Yotsugi. Yeah, so long as relic sharing doesn't affect your builds in like anomaly arbitration and such, it's fine. Okay, we got everybody imported here. Let me see, how's this looking? We're gonna have to clear some characters that we're not using. We're just gonna focus on the ones that we're actively using. How do you actually use scribbles? We can walk through right now. So I just did the auto import using the Reliquary Archiver here. The GitHub link explains how to use it. Best way to import builds with Enka. Now, I like the Reliquary Archiver if you're on PC because it'll literally import everything for all characters. Really only use remembrances. Yeah, so these are all Chaos's builds at the moment. Let me zoom out because it looks like it's cutting out. I also should probably hide the gameplay so you can actually read everything. Fair enough. If you don't like using third-party software, that's understandable. Here we can see all the relics imported. It also grades them based off of the stats. So each stat is weighted. And then it'll provide a score. That score can change depending on Eidolon, Lycones, and teammates. But it doesn't change too much. It's primarily the relics that it's looking at. So we can use this as a good judge of how the relics are performing on the character. To organize this, we're gonna organize things into teams as best we can. Why does it have tree B at E0? Because your tree B is at E0? Oh, Ho-Ho. Yes, Ho-Ho at E0? It shouldn't. No, it says E2. Oh, you mean in the team thing? No, this isn't gonna grab from. This isn't gonna grab from your teams. It sets it as a default. If you go to it and then you add Ho-Ho again, then it'll update to what you actually have. So you can see when I search for Ho-Ho, it'll grab the E2. Is there anybody else we need to remove from here? I guess we're not working on Black Swan at the moment. Or Argenti. March is here for some reason. Okay, looks like this is everybody that was listed in one of the teams. So now we're just gonna go ahead and list them here. For Sunday. This is how I typically like to organize my fribbles, is that I'll organize it by the teams that I'm playing it. Or actually, I'll organize main DPS at the top and then put their supports in order after the main DPS. Which we'll probably do here as well. Because that way the priority on relics goes to the main DPS. Which is what we want, because we want the main DPS to do big number. Do we include sub DPS? Yeah, we'll include sub DPS here too. Provided the sub DPS is contributing damage. Losing where the teams actually are. We do be having a good chunk of E6s, that is very true. Any other DPS here? Ratio. You approve the event arena. How do I have the teams ordered here? I had Ratio, Herda, Archer, Mighty, probably this team up though. Archer, Break, Dot, AD, Fine on Noxa, Elation, okay. We got all of our DPS and damage contributing sub DPS listed up at the top here. And then we have all the teams separated down here. So now we can go through and see how well they're scoring, what pieces we can improve on, and we'll go from there. Can I zoom in a bit more? That kind of cuts out, gets blocked by chat, so we'll stick to this. So starting off with Silver Wolf, level 999, we're doing pretty good. Even out of combat, she's at 95 crit rate, which means all of her hidden MMR is going straight into crit damage. With E2 Ho-Ho, you could technically drop speed, but with the likelihood of getting an Elation Sustain, it may be worth holding on to this speed. And it's still giving her stats, like it's still going towards her Elation, so it's not completely useless. All the pieces are in pretty good shape. So if we were to upgrade, it'd be like, as you can see, the head or the rope. But I'm sure we'll find other units that could use upgrades more than Silver Wolf at the moment. alongside her. Sometimes you place a stainless with sparkle. I see. So yeah, having the 200 speed there could be good. Sparksy. Need to update this. Lucia goes into slot 3. The Utadi is in 1. Yes. Was Woho on a supportive set? Is she on Warrior Goddess? She is. And Yao Guang's on Diviner. So that we do also want to add that. On Diviner Lushaka. Woho's on Ageless. That's a set that I haven't seen in a good while. If you're playing Lushaka Yao Guang, it might be worth putting Sparksy in the first slot for the attack. She is in slot 1? Is she? I didn't realize. That's on me then. Oh, she's in slot 2. She's slot 2. Unless she's slot 1 on another team. Hello, Lunagen. Stream's going well. We're just here doing an account review for Chaos. Good old pal Chaos. You always play her in slot 1? Cool. So that means she is getting this Lushaka buff here, which means we can account for it. Is appreciated. So looking at Sparksy here, Sparksy's also doing pretty well. She's hitting 4,000 attack. This is with Huohuo buff though. How much is she hitting without? It's not always up. Huohuo buff is 12%. Sparksy has 160 energy, so it's more than that. I like Huohuo, but I just can't see myself investing into her right now. This is base 1222 attack. $439 of this in combat attack is coming from Huohuo. Actually, no, wait, no. More than that. 64%. So we're at like 3,200 attack on Sparksy. Without Huohuo buff being active. But still good. Do I stream daily on Star Rail? Not typically, no. what we're going to be replaced in a matter of times. There is Elation Sustain will likely be coming to replace her, but for the time being, we are using her, and her attack buff is relevant for Sparksy. Overall, Sparksy is in a good spot. Like, we got triple S rating on dribbles here. If we wanted to improve it further, it'd be on the boots and rope. Mainly just getting more crit. Because her crit rate is a little low at the moment. Is there... We can use the optimizer here. And we can check to see if we potentially have better pieces available. Elation Sustain eventually, indeed. I could see them holding off until like later, like 4.6, 4.7. They wanted to treat it like how they did Cyrene. What speed do we want? On Sparksy, we have a 213 speed Hua Hua, 170 speed Yao Guang. So we just need... We need 147 in combat. So like 135. We can just put 147 in combat. Because we can count for E1. Attack, speed. See if there's any potential pieces here. This won't look at Silverwolf's pieces because we have Sparksy set as priority 2. You're wondering what's the best Sparksy Global looks like? There's a couple leaderboards out there right now. Looks like we have some gloves to get us a little more crit rate. The gloves are technically a worse rating, though, but it leads to more damage. Likely just because of the average from the more crit rate. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. And even then, it's not a very big increase. Yeah, it's like less than 2% potential increase. I would like to see more crit rate on the Sparksy, but this is still definitely a solid build at the moment. I do want to try to take some notes here. How do I want to organize this? Probably just organize it in the same list that we have here. That would make sense. Saridra, Rancetete, Irene, Duke, C, Hyacinth, Kafka, Drake. Use TBP on that cavern, but no dice. I see, I see. Safe to say that my luck in the Elation Cavern has been going absolutely abysmal lately. Rexy Tribute Rob. Sweet. Rest. We gotta make sure to have notes, because how are you gonna follow the plan here if we don't got good notes? That's why we do these account reviews, so we can make up a plan that we can follow. Sounds good, Liberal. Okay, so that's all the notes here. To be honest, notes always confuse you, so you try to do stuff in your head. See, I'm of the opposite mind. My head always confuses me, so I try to do notes for everything. Everybody's got their methods. Like, I keep track of most things somewhere, because if I don't keep track of it, I will forget it. Real quick, I do want to take a look at... I'm pretty sure we're good on this, but I want to take a look at levels and traces. I don't expect to see anything here, but I just want to make sure we've ruled it out. I'm pretty sure we looked at the light cones, and the light cones were all leveled. All the relevant ones, yes, yes. Maxed. You're a fellow full maxer just like me. Who cares if we're never gonna press basic? We might as well level it. Although you're missing an ult level here at Himiko. Bar's not leveled, but we're not worried about him. You thought account review would be look at the characters we have showed in our showcase. I do have a redeem for the characters in the showcase. Yes, you did run out of balls. Yeah, I do have a cheaper redeem for characters in the showcase. Because those don't typically take too long, and account review is much more in-depth because I'm looking at everything. We're looking at what teams we currently have, what investments we'd be looking at for those teams to help push them further, and then looking through the builds to see what we can improve on the builds as well. You haven't done Emphoria's story. You're missing your basic. And your signature. I think everybody else was good though. We're not using Branya, so we're not worried about her. And that's everybody. Okay. So it's just that one Himiko ult, but we're not really worried about that. And then Emphoria's story. You're almost done with it, but you got tired of the romance. It will be a romantic story like never heard before. My favorite part of that was when Lygus' voice actor did a reenactment of that scene because somebody swapped Cyrene's model with Lygus. That was beautiful. I'm like, yes, this is the content that I need. Pick the character. Got to pick a character to review and redeem it. Can I do Sparksy? Yeah, I can do Sparksy. See you tomorrow is trauma. Yes, that's sad times. You're a Saber main, so you're trying to get Sunday right now. Is that smart for Saber? You're free to play. If you were trying to invest into Saber, in terms of teammates, Sunday would be a good option. But from what I've heard of a lot of Saber mains, is that Saber's best investment is not getting any limited teammates and just going for E6. Which would be a very large commitment for free-to-play. You have E5 Saber. Okay, so that's... So you're kind of chilling. You're one away. You saw Finon turn into Kaslana and then dipped. Yeah, if you have Saber E5, you would just get the last copy. And then I believe her team changes pretty significantly at E6, but I'm not too familiar on it. I think she can go like RMC Ting Yoon. And then I forget what the last slot is. I don't think Quoho makes the cut. I think you still use Permentor Tede if you're playing a sustain. It took you forever to get that free-to-play? Yeah, no, it takes... For free-to-play, it takes about a year, on average, to get an E6 character. Like, it is a very heavy commitment, so I commend you. You do Robin Sunday, Ho-Ho? Yes, Robin is a pretty common option for Saber. At E0 Saber, I prefer Treevee, but I do know for E6, Robin starts becoming more common. Fortunately, my knowledge on E6 Saber isn't the best, but I know there is somebody in the Discord server who's familiar with it, Nighthound. I might have to reach out to them and see what E6 Saber wants. I'm pretty sure they're asleep right now, though, because they live in China. You don't have Tribute, you lost to 50-50? I see. I sent a message over to them, but they may not be able to respond in time. But if you join the Discord, we do have the help channel there for Star Rail, for Never Tavernus, for Zenless Zone Zero. Archer is having a great time, thanks to Sparkle, and then Sparkle getting a Nova Flare. Currently use Saber, RMC, Ho-Ho, and Branya. Sunday would be an upgrade over Branya, but I would prioritize E6 Saber before getting Sunday. Before we segued, oh yeah, we were checking levels and traces, and levels and traces are good outside of story. So back to builds. Nope, that is way too big. I'm thinking Sunday first because he's not going to be here forever. Saber's going to be here for a while. True. They haven't announced an end date for Saber's banner yet. And I would expect they would do so at least 2 patches in advance. Or at least, at the very least, 1 patch. Sunday can always rerun, that's also true. At this point, with the live stream being in 2 days, I would say just out of paranoia, mostly my paranoia, I would just wait to see if they announce an end date for Saber, if they decide to do it on this live stream. Just in case. It's only 2 days. 2 days won't hurt. Only problem is Perfection because your second team is Archer. Yeah, Archer tends to struggle in Pure Fiction. The only time he does okay is if he can take advantage of, like, Elation Show with the Yao Guang. Not a recommendation for Pure Fiction. When we were looking at Sparksy, we're just looking at getting build more CR, looking at like 90% plus. If I could type in a percent. Okay. Now we got some notes that we can take for each of the characters. Your only AoE units are Mighty, Yunli, and you guess Clara? Mighty and Yunli can work well if the enemies actually attack. If the enemies don't attack, they kind of have a harder time. Mighty, or not Mighty, Finon. Finon is 136 speed. Right? You got Finon on speed boots. You don't need Finon on speed boots. Can you make a note of Sparky speed requirement minimum? So, yeah. So speed requirement. This changes. So this is with your current builds. So that this can change. But right now, She wants 147 speed. So she is behind the Ha. Well, actually, no, she's not behind the Ha because of Huoho. So this is 147 in combat. So this is after Huoho buff. If we want to calculate without Huoho buff, what's Sparxie's base speed? It's like 107 or something. Yeah, 107. 107 times 0.12, 1284 minus 147. She needs 134.16 out of combat. 134.16 out of combat. Remember, this does change depending on Silver Wolf and Yao Guang. You think that was speed tuned fine on for Lygus and AA? I see. We were doing shenanigans. What was the part of Sirius as a boss? They were basically a PF boss fight with action advance. Yeah, Sirius was basically the beta for Pure Fiction. You're going for 100% crit rate in battle for Saber. That's another reason you're getting Sunday. Sunday can definitely help with that, but she also gives herself a good amount of crit rate in battle. So she's not completely relying on Sunday. If we were to get a Nova Flare, he would likely be better for her, yeah? We'll have to see when they decide to do that for him. Do you have attack boots for Finon? You were not there when Pure Fiction released? Yeah, because Sirius was back in 1.4. When was the box, the Fixed Roll Garden patch? Yeah, that was 1.4. Pure Fiction came out in 1.7? When did it come out? 1.6. It came out 1.6. There was no 1.7. These are some nice boots. Are you using these boots, I assume? Your part's holding them? If he drops boots... If he drops boots, he goes down to 111, but that speed brings him to 117, so that would let him be faster than Sunday. So those boots would work. Do we have better gloves? What's Sunday's exact speed? Wait, this is fast Sunday. Oh, it was likely because of the shenanigans, I assume. The speed tuning. Well, you said Sunday's normally 135, right? If we go for 136 in combat with Sunday, Saridra, Fermentor. Sunday has like 5 builds. My Sunday has plenty of builds as well. I've ran a 135, a 142, a 160. You tend to use Break Shui Yi. The highest you got in an MOC was 2 stars in Shui Yi. This was before Archer came out. A Shui Yi enjoyer. We'd love to see it. So we do have some better gloves, which makes sense because these gloves aren't that great. So let me put these on in game real quick. How badly the Sunday one is LC? It depends on the team. For Finon, for example, he has little need of it. Which one of these? This one. And then the boots that Japard is holding. For Saber, I would say for Saber, it's worth getting his light cone because being SP up positive on that team can be quite helpful. This is Sacerdo Sunday, right? Yeah, Sacerdos, Keel. Sacerdos, Keel. Loose, Lushaka, Saridra. What are we doing with Saridra? Sacerdos, Lushaka. Oh wait, no. We don't have Recluse on Permancer today. That's my bad. Sacerdos, Lushaka. Did Saridra give two stacks on Finon's rotation? He's usually on Lushaka. Sparkle has his Lushaka pieces at the moment. I see. We'll just swap that. So it looks like the room for upgrade at the moment would be on the gloves and the chest piece. He is hitting a pretty solid crit rate. Basically one roll from capping. And a metric ton of crit damage thanks to this team. Oh, the headpiece looks like it also... Yeah, mainly because you're missing attack percent. What I'm seeing. Thank you for the follow light. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. We didn't meet the follow goal. 200 followers. Thank you everybody for your support. So I would say 4-piece for Finon. Has room for upgrades. Build is in a solid spot, but this could be something we could consider farming. What's the set called again? What's the set called again? I never farted the set in my life. Wave Strider, okay. Twitch account isn't verified, so you can't spend your points. I see, I see. Let's keep moving down the list. Let's try to get through this a little bit faster. Equal set Finon. That's certainly a power play. I thought you said we were on 4-piece Eagle Enox. The builds are everywhere. Yep, we definitely need DDD Robin. DDD Eagle Robin. Let's go. You know there's a better Anoxa Scholar build on your accounts? I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Thought he was, but I never know. So for Anaxa, we're doing the Cyrene Ceridra route. Aim for the speed break point. Archer probably has some Anaxa pieces. Let's find out. Cyrene rerun when? I would expect within the next couple patches. She is most certainly due for one. So it's saying to run Prisoner instead. Or not. Is this person? No, this is Diver. This is not Prisoner. But it also means robbing other units. Like Ratio. Which I would assume we're trying to avoid. So let's exclude. Let's exclude the boys. We don't touch the boys' pieces. Chaos has got favorites. You gotta take care of your favorites. It's saying rob the Herda now. Or Archer. Do we have eagle pieces at all? We do have eagle pieces, it's just not wanting to use them. You could rob them and you wouldn't be sad. There are some eagle pieces here that we could look at potentially leveling. I was taking a look here. Yeah, like this piece is good. I think it's gloves that it's not finding gloves that it likes. But we could level this one or this one. We're gonna see. Because I feel like there is a 2-piece. There is a 4-piece eagle here. Would have liked another substat in there. We are going to want crit rate chest, right? Yeah, because we're not playing with Sunday. What do we have for crit rate chest? And attack boots. Ooh, we got this one. This one shows some promise. And rob Welt. I don't know if we want Welt's piece. I think Welt can hold on to that one. As long as this one rolls well. Okay, we got 1. 2. 3. Okay. I mean, it went straight into attack. Not a single crit roll, but you know what? It's still useful. And do we have attack boots? We do have attack boots. Ooh, this is double crit and 4-liner. Maybe there's hope. My only concern is, do we have enough speed? I forget how many speed substats Anaxa wants. Give me one more crit roll, please and thank you. Okay. Robin Eagle is real. Let's go full crit on the Robin. So Fribbles updates in real time with the live importer, so now we can check. And it should find 4-piece eagle. Unless there's not enough speed. It's not finding 4-piece eagle. Let me try filtering it. Give me eagle. Okay, so we do have 4-piece eagle. For some reason, the herd is holding a piece. Do we have ERR roll? No. Let's see. Why is the Herda holding an eagle glove? Where's the Herda? Oh, she's just on 2-piece eagle for some reason. Probably stole her gloves at some point. I see, I see. Well, now we can give Anaxa his own shiny pair of eagle. It wants this. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. To roll this crazy 20% attack chess piece. Where'd the boots that I leveled go? I lost these boots. There they are. No, these aren't the right boots. It doesn't want these boots. It wants the crit rate boots. It wants these boots. I'll see how the other boots look that-wise. And then it uses the orb to get all the speed that it needs. If I can find that wind orb. Oh, Blade's using it. Blade, I'm gonna need to borrow this. So now we look at Anaxa with the updated set. Irene doesn't have Sig. Is she on? What's she using? No, she's on full speed commitment, which makes sense at E0. So we just have Sakaros and 2 Lushakos. Yeah, we're not looking too shabby on this Anaxa now. We got Eagle shenanigans, we got Cyrene Ceridra, like we're looking good. Could use a slightly better headpiece, but even then, like, this is still fine. And we're capped on crit rate. Like, we're chilling. Anaxa's having a good time. We just had eagle pieces sitting here, waiting for him. And now he's good. Could try to find good upgrade head, but I wouldn't stress it. I want to try to work through these a little faster. Renoxa notes leave on eagle. I got you. Mighty, we're playing RMC. We're gonna be playing RMC with this Sig. We're definitely going to be doing that. You're running Eagle and Oxa. Eagle and Oxa is perfectly fine. He has like 4 sets that he can run, and they all function pretty similarly. Quantum starts pulling ahead. Quantum and Eagles can pull ahead depending on the investment. This is Warrior Goddess Hyacinth, right? Yeah. You know what set you could stick with to do either main DPS or sub to the Herda, or would you want to swap? The 4-piece either works. The 4-piece doesn't matter too much. The 2-piece, you just want to make sure you don't use Azumo. But Eagle is a good option for both main and sub DPS. So long as you're not using 2-piece Izumo, you're fine. What do we want to do with Mighty? Well, he needs a new pair of shoes and gloves. What can we do for the manliest man to ever man in manland? You have been trying. Well, let's see if we have something here. Let's see if we have something. Slap Eagle set on like a flex tape on everything. Actually, does Mighty need speed? Do we care about speed on Mighty? But Eagle on my E6 Mighty, I will explode. It's been a while since I looked at Mighty builds. He doesn't actually need speed, does he? He just wants to punch things. But he could run speed. Let's look at if we have any pieces we can level for Mighty. Either run speed boots or no speed. Yeah. Does this show if we haven't unlocked it yet? We want to go into HP Mighty. Do we have better gloves? Potentially somewhere over the rainbow. Nothing sitting here at the moment, from the looks of it. So, if we're playing base speed Mighty, good luck finding anything. We do have some slight upgrades. And we don't have to rob Archer for it. I would say Mighty, out of what we've seen so far, Mighty needs the most work. Just get these pieces on him. Here is not a word in the Kremno dictionary. Yeah, Mighty and Finon, funnily enough. Why are y'all here? I know I robbed you all, but you need to go. Something he only needs to take. Fine. High Sealants. We are playing her with Zhao Shou. And Kafka's on tutorial because that's what Kafka uses. Xian Lushaka. He is on Lushaka. I would consider opting for attack boots on High Sealand, since you already have so much speed over here. The only time she really cares about going speed is if she's with Cyrene. Let's see what we have for her with attack. We still want to make sure we're getting 120 effect hit rate. No, she doesn't care about being fast. She wants to deal damage because her allies are fast, and by her allies I mean Kafka. Kafka does all the dot application for her. He wants 134 in battle. He has signature. She doesn't get her thing up. She doesn't get her signature speed buff up immediately, right? Kafka technique procs it for Kafka, but it only increases the attacker speed, so High Sealants would only get it once she attacks. Yeah, so she doesn't get it off immediately. But if we're playing with Ho-Ho, we do have Ho-Ho speed buff, and that works immediately. The question is, do we want to rely on Ho-Ho buff in case you can't use her? Let's try seeing if not relying on Ho-Ho buff. You tend to prefer Ho-Ho if she's available, so we can calculate with Ho-Ho buff as well. See what the difference is. Doesn't look like it actually changes. Wait, why are we so fast? Oh, it's because it's including the... It's including the... No, it's not including the speed buff. Why are we so fast? Where's all the speed coming? Speed. It's just Swole buff. My ceilings just be fast. You just be schmoving. It is a pretty sizable increase in damage, but how are we feeling about robbing boots from Robin? You can find other boots for Robin. That's my guess as well, because Robin's build isn't that demanding. So if we invest fully into Hyceelin's attack, see about adjusting the build in the client here. Y'all will see it updating inside of Freebuild. I just have to find the pieces. Go. Oh yeah, we have some other attack boots here that we can give to Robin. Well, there is this rope that we can afford to level. That may give us some room for another upgrade. Just doing some background work here real quick. Let's see if this is actually an upgrade. It did roll well, but doesn't matter. It does. 4 rolls and 2 effect hit rates. So much effect hit rate that she doesn't need a chest piece. What's that laugh? You've never heard me grounded laugh before. The power flows through. Yeah. I just need to find this. So yeah, now she's on straight attack. While still hitting 120 effect hit rate. Still being extremely fast. How's the score looking? 116, not too shabby. It's really the gloves just holding us back at this point, because there's like no attack here. But it's got effect hit rate. And we like that. She's also hitting 133.34 even without Ho-Ho. Like out of combat. Why is she so fast? Yeah, I would say upgrade gloves. And no, that's not high ceiling. What did we need for mighty? Boots and chest. You want a review button? We can always schedule one. Anybody who redeems the account review, we can schedule. Or this one's taking a bit longer than usual, mainly because this is the first time I'm doing a Star Rail one. The Zenless ones tend to be faster because I've done those a few times. But we're kind of just playing it by ear right now. So it's a learning experience for all of us. First HSR review, and yeah, Chaos also has a dense account with like the majority of the roster. And using a good chunk of it. Mayhaps I'll let everybody judge my account on stream one of these days. Because I need to plan out things for my account. Both in Star Rail and ZZZ. I got a lot of planning to do. On to Jiao Cho. We have Hyperspeed Jiao Cho, E6S1, the big man himself. And we make him a bigger man. Unfortunately, Fribbles does not check for main DPS or for DPS Jiao Cho, but it is still scoring well. That's not high ceilings. That's not high ceilings. $160. What are we aiming for effect hit rate? This is a 173 effect hit rate. Jiao Cho. What's his cap? It's like 179 or something. Can we find that here? While still keeping our speed? You only need 140 is the minimum, but if you want to guarantee all of his debuffs, he needs like 180. Also, the music ended. The nice thing about looking at a big account like this is that we get to go through a lot of characters at once. You just need adjustment for your Nox at DPS because your Sarini is something. I definitely want to consider getting Saridra for my Anaxa on next rerun. Let me just make sure. Jiao Cho, effect hit rate. He needs 178. Oh wait, we have an effect hit rate calculator here. Just make sure. Debuff chance 60, effect res 40. Yeah, it's basically guaranteed. And honestly, 140 guarantees most of it. It's just if you really want to make sure. It's like 77 point. 177.8 is the 100% chance on 40% res. Don't you drop into 140? I had a feeling you would feel that way. So we're gonna try to get into 177.8 while keeping his speed. Only one final left. Good luck, good luck. And then we do want ERR rope. Let's see what we can do here. Actually, do we want to sort? Probably sort by attack. That's where all his damage is going to come from at this point. Why is HP and Res even wait for him? That's a good question. We're not looking at combo damage here because the combo that they have for him is basic. We're just gonna look at attack. So we're gonna look at attack. Why are we running Diver? He doesn't start critting, does he? No. What do we want to run, Prisoner? This is Chaos's account. Is it just because we have better pieces on this? That way? You have better pieces there than dot setting, gets partial gain from the passive. Partial gains from passive. Let's see if it finds anything here. Yeah, because the 4-piece effect isn't going to be doing much for him. But yeah, it doesn't look like you have any prisoner pieces at the moment. I would look at trying to get him on Prisoner. Because Prisoner is just a much stronger passive. You're not the only E6 Xiaoqiu that runs it either? Xiaoqiu Pioneer. I know 2-piece Pioneer can work. Although most people run 2-piece speed now. Yeah, I would try to see about getting him on 4-piece Prisoner. Because with Prisoner Deep Confinement, he's going to get 18% Def Ignore, which stacks with the Def Shred from High Sealands. We could look at potentially 2-piece. 2-piece. Since we're not really using the 4-piece effect. Yet another set that's been awful to you. look like attack 2-piece. It doesn't let me sort. Pioneer. Z6 Jiaoqiu main DPS or sub? It functions more as a sub DPS for High Sealans. Although I'm not sure what the damage contribution is on E6 Jiaoqiu versus E0's High Sealans. He might be doing more damage. But I feel like it still goes to High Sealans. No, she doesn't use Black Swan because she has E6 Jiaoqiu. The first two-piece it recommends is Magical Pearl? What is that? Here's a two-piece Pioneer. Black Swan isn't the core of Dot. E6 Jiaoqiu handily beats Black Swan. Like, if this was E0 Jiaoqiu, then yeah, you would use Black Swan over it. If it was E2 Jiaoqiu, you could debate Jiaoqiu versus Black Swan, or E2 Jiaoqiu versus E0 Black Swan. But if it's E6 Jiaoqiu versus E0 Black Swan, you can just use Jiaoqiu. Black Swan is by no means required when you have that much investment into Jiaoqiu. So we could swap to this two-piece set, and that would give us two-piece attack. It does bump his attack by 200. Why is this saying this build is 172 attack? Oh, it's because it's counting... Oh, it's counting High Sealant's buff, or Sig. He doesn't get this active. E2 Jiaoqiu is already competitive with E0 Black Swan. There we go. Okay, so this hits the effect hit rate. This hits 160 speed. What do we think about this here? Swapping to two-piece Musketeer to get an extra 118 attack. We're not saying that E6 Jiaoqiu is always better than Black Swan. We're saying that E6 Jiaoqiu is better than E0 Black Swan. And Chaos likes Jiaoqiu and got E6. So he's going to use E6 Jiaoqiu. Chaos, are you okay with me swapping to two-piece? For some extra attack and a guarantee? Sounds good, Liberal. Some people are iffier on two-piece, so I always like to check. How much does Dot drop his speed? Like 2 points? He's still past 160. Yeah, he drops one speed roll. But he's still 160 even without including High Sealans or Ho-Ho buffs. I made sure to turn them off. Cool. Let's get this equipped on him. But long term, I would look at swapping to 4-piece Prisoner. But this will do for now. Just to give him a little extra bump. Okay, this is what he's looking like now. The score doesn't seem to have changed. But 160 speed, 178 effect hit rate, so he's guaranteed to always land his debuff. He's got his ERR. And then, yeah, the plan is just to farm 4-piece prisoner. That would be the upgrade from here. Rappa. Really just trying to think. What do we want though on Rappa? He doesn't need that much speed if you're not playing with Dance 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 or Eagle. Break is where your builds start to suffer. If you can sit at 145. And then just try to invest the rest into damage. But Dahlia is really going to be the biggest upgrade to this team. We could also consider ERR rope. Let's just see what we got here. Yeah, based off the score, there's definitely room for improvement across the board here. Checking a lot at the moment. Nova Flare will be the upgrade. Nova Flare would also be an upgrade. But whether they decide to Nova Flare Rappa, we'll have to see. From what I can tell, their Nova Flares are mainly focused on units that can be sold with new units. So Kafka with High Ceilings, Sparkle with Sparksy, Firefly with Dahlia, so on and so forth. Then instead of 4-piece, it's not going to look for a 4-piece. Or it's going to default to this 4-piece. But yeah, you're true. I could set a 4-piece and then it would just look for that. We rob Hughes boots. Firefly definitely needed a Nova Flare so we could push Dahlia sales more. So there's some small upgrades here for Rappa. We would want to find more, but we got something. Only problem is that farming this domain is not so great for your account because you don't have anybody who uses the other set. Okay, swap that. How's she looking? She got to S+. That's not bad. Rame giving her the speed buff lets her invest more into break effect. So she's hitting a respectable number there. She really just needs to upgrade the whole thing if you want to push her further. But we did get her a step up to be a bit comfier now. What's the name of the break set? Iron Cavalry something or other. If you do get Dahlia, you could also use 2-piece Forge on her. Because Dahlia can ensure Fire Implant is up. I mean, you always are proccing 2-piece Forge. Acha. Mr. Unlimited Bladeworks himself. We assume we're playing with Tree B and Sparkle on Sacerdos, Lushaka, and Lushaka. No Quantum Set. Quantum Set is nice, but it's not needed on Archer. It's good if you have it, not needed if you don't. Scholar works pretty well. There's also no other source of defense ignore on this team. Defense Shred is good, but Defense Shred is good when you stack it. Because we're not stacking it right now, it's still nice, but not as valuable. So the gap between it and other options is pretty close. We're gonna aim for like 95% crit rate, and then the rest will come as it may. We need to not rob the boys. This is an explicit request. Poet is okay, but he can't get the 32% off a Poet, so I don't typically recommend it. It's also not worth farming on this account, because only Treevee uses it. Oh, even without robbing the boys, we still got an upgrade. So he's a A+ right now. We can get 99 crit rate, 19 more crit damage. We do drop a significant amount of attack, but that's mainly because we're swapping to damage percent. There's also this, which is more attack and more crit damage, but less damage percent, so it ends up being pretty similar. Does he max? I guess with Tribby he does max this out, doesn't he? We need 3 debuffs on the field. Sparksy doesn't count as a debuff though. Or Sparkle. Sparkle doesn't count as a debuff. So where are we getting our debuffs from? We have 1 from Treevee. Yeah, we only have 1 debuff up at the moment. Unless I'm missing something. We need to change this. Gotta go. Sounds good, Liberal. You have a good one. There is an upgrade, but it's on 2-piece, 2-piece. Where's the closest 4-piece? You'd be robbing the Herta. Do we have other chess pieces that we can use? Yeah, the Herta can use another one. She can also use the one that Archer's using. This is about like a 5% increase, roughly. See what it looks like score-wise. Again, we're at A+ right now, 86.7. It's looking like the mines, the Sacerdos Scholar mines at the moment. Chaos. Which I'm sure you were probably aware of to some capacity. It's definitely not a surprise. I had a feeling. These boots are pretty sad. Do we have better boots? Somewhere over the rainbow. Maybe something with a level. Doesn't look like it. But it's a got crit rate that we want. Unless we just drop the crit rate. Let's try like 92. Be a little more lenient. Those boots are tragic. No, it's still saying, in terms of 4-piece, use the tragic boots. It's slightly better to run 2-piece at the moment. So I think we go the 2-piece route. It doesn't rob anybody. Then you can either go for... You already need 4-piece Scholar for Mighty, so you can look out for pieces for Archer. And if you're feeling frisky, you could consider something like 4-piece Quantum. I think we opt for the 2-piece, since you have good pieces in these sets from farming them regularly. Hello, LSS Ghost. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I noticed this happening with my account as well when I was trying to work on optimizing several units, is that I would have just good 2-piece sets that would beat out their preferred 4-piece set, solely because of how much I farmed those sets. You hate Scholar. Grab these. Where are the boots that we want? Is it these? Yeah, it's these. Work in progress of an FCA build if you want to see. Yeah, I think we might... How many more DPS do we have? We have 2 more DPS after Archer. I think after the DPS we'll take a quick intermission, because I know we have a couple build reviews. A couple unit reviews to look at. And then I also could probably get more water, because I am out of water. It would be nice with an account detox, but it just takes too long. You have like an hour-ish as well. We got through, we'll get through the DPS at least. The supports aren't as vital. It also should be faster because we're just looking for specific stat points. Go long ride marathon review. That's perfectly fine. That's what I was planning today. Today and tomorrow we're doing account reviews. Today is primarily Star Rail. Tomorrow will be Zenless. And then Friday we have the Star Rail live stream with Zenless endgame. I was trying to find these Tengoku pieces. This great treasure. I summon the something or other Maharaga, punch him in the mouth. Megumi's my boy. Although I don't know if Megumi makes... Does Megumi make it into my top 5 JJK characters? I don't know if he makes it into the top 5. In no particular order, I got Maki, Toji, Nanami, Todo, and Higuruma. Yeah, no, Megumi doesn't make it into the top 5. You weren't trying to build yours, but somehow borrowing Eva's pieces. She has a 159 DPS score. That's crazy. That's a good stuff. Let's take care of the last 2 DPS. We have the Herda. Without Eva pieces, she's at least 145. That's still very good. Still very good. What is Jay doing here? No. Nexa. What can we do for Madame Herda? Outside of think about 4-piece Scholar again. We got a little bit of an upgrade going here. Drop a little crit rate, but for some more crit damage. Where's the other increase here? Oh, it's because she's on Eagle, right? Eagle boots right now. Yeah, it's an upgrade because she's on 2-piece. Well, she's technically on 3-piece. Gosh. These gloves aren't the best, but from what we saw with Mighty, there's not really any other upgrades available at the moment. We don't have any other boots available currently either, but the boots are good. Okay, that's not too bad. It's really the gloves at this point, and the headpiece. But overall, this isn't bad. The doctor himself. The doctor is in. $33,550,336 cycle divergent white with divine occurrence. That's certainly something. What can we do for the good doctor? Outside of good Astro, I'm sorry, what? You need to rebuild your Cyrene? I see. She's on speed life support. That's how a lot of Cyrene builds start off. It's just like, just hit the speed goal first. We'll think about upgrades later. He's on like his second best build at the moment, funnily enough. The only thing that swaps is the gloves. What are we doing here with these gloves? Oh, we're getting slightly more attack. We're dropping 6 crit rate or 60 attack. Could he get some more upgrades? Potentially. Yeah, he has room on his chest piece and his orb. But we can at least give him a new pair of gloves. If I can find them. There they are. You want to advance your knocks and deal damage? Just play Sunday. But Cyrene is better for him. Well, if you have Cyrene and Ceridra. So, gloves, chest, and a 2-piece. Stonks will go through the roof eventually. One day. One day the doctor will rise again. So we got through all of the DPS. Overall, so far, I would say 4-piece Scholar. So we got 4-piece Scholar, Prisoner, Cavalry, Wave Strider, Scholar, Prisoner, Pioneer, Wave Strider, Cavalry, we need Scholar on like 4 units, not 3 units, because it knocks us on Eagle. Scholar on 3, Pioneer on 1, Prisoner on 1. Yeah, all of the pieces that you need are kind of thrown apart at the moment outside of your best friend Scholar. Your least favorite mines. Because your 2 pieces overall didn't look too bad. It's really the 4-piece sets that could use upgrades outside of ratio. Okay, we're gonna take a bit of an intermission here. I don't know if you want to keep going. How soon do you have to go, Chaos? 45 minutes. Okay. Let's take a... I'm going to take a quick intermission to get some water and a drink. And then we will come back and do the unit reviews. So let's see who we have here for unit reviews. Oh, there's a lot of redeems in here. Give me just a sec to read through this. Okay, so we got Atherton and LSS Ghost. Couple redeems there. And then we can come back. I'm going to play some ads to get rid of the pre-rolls real quick on Twitch. And I will see you all in just a moment. Thank you. Ah, yes, Nightblade. Alrighty, we are back. Am I just checking the build on Enka for the view or checking for upgrades and fribbles? For the unit reviews, it's through Enka. Although I could start using fribbles for it as well. Fribbles would show more in depth. Yeah, why don't I use fribbles more? That's my account. Don't look at my Evanescia. She needs a lot of work. Don't look at her. I told you that the elation map was beating me up. Is Atherton still here? Or did they have to go? I think they might have to go. Yeah, no, I could also do them through... I previously have done them through Enka, mostly because I started doing them with ZZZ and then moved into Star Rail, but I can do it through fribbles. Yeah, UID works on fribbles. No, so long as it's on the showcase, UID works fine. I don't think Atherton is here at the moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at LSS Ghost. So we were looking at Evanescia and Fugue. We got E6S5 on both of them. We got some investment in here. It's not going to show the proper teams or the teams that you're running, but that's okay. We're mainly looking at the builds. Overall, looking pretty good. Very fast. Is this with E1 Ho-Ho? $300 crit damage? Yeah. She gets pretty high crit damage normally, and with S5 Sig, she gets even more. Okay, it is with E1 Ho-Ho. So she's hitting over 160 speed. Let's put E1 Ho-Ho here just so we can see that in combat speed. And E2 S1 Yao Guang. Oh, so you could actually... you might be able to afford to drop some speed. I assume you have Diviner here. Well, 175 is also a good break point. Yeah, this is looking pretty solid for a fast Evanescia. Why is it only grading you an S here? Are these low rolls? Like, you're overcapped on crit rate. I guess but that wouldn't be affecting just a single piece. Change the speed weight. Blah, 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 blah. I forget where to change weights. Can I change weights on this? Oh, over here. Yeah, if we value speed, then it's really just her headpiece, because this is mostly going into attack at the moment. Even if we said it's a 0.75 on speed, it's still mainly this. We're actively trying to reroll it. Not trying to go for speed double crit on it. Because then you could hit like 180 breakpoint. Everything is looking solid. It's really just that headpiece that we would want to work on. But I would say, I would consider trying to go for speed double crit. Because if you get... You would need... Would you need 2 high rolls? No, you can... With a mid roll and a high roll on speed, you could hit 180. And then you don't need the crit rate roll. So even if you low roll on that, it's not the end of the world. So you hope for +1 speed, and the rest goes into crit damage. This is a very fast Evanescia. Not to mention E6S5, so she's gonna obliterate everything. Yeah, it's E6S5, so we're not worried about clearing content, but we're looking at what do we improve from here. Because that's what I always try to focus on, is when people bring their units and their teams to me, I assume they're trying to make it better than it currently is, even if it is E6S5. So I try to give direction on that. We also mentioned taking a look at Fugue. The Fugue is also E6S5 here, 162 speed. Is this supposed to be with Treeby? No, this is... I put EMC, but I don't know if they're specifically using EMC. All teammates are E2S1. Where's Dahlia, Sig, and Linksha, E2? My steak is too juicy and lobster butter. No, we're all just trying to improve. We're just improving from different places. So she's a little overcapped on effect hit rate, so we could drop some there. I would look at potentially making her faster. What's the breakpoint that I go for on my Fugue? I calculated this breakpoint a while back. I just need to find it again. So assuming you get 1 DDD on turn 2 and every 3 turns after, you could go for 170.9. 170.9 speed will give you... Wait. No, you don't need that much speed. Oh wait, no, that's why I did it. 170.9 speed gives you 6 actions in cycle 0 of anomaly arbitration. So that's something to consider. 160 speed definitely works on her perfectly fine. But I opted for the extra action. If you're proccing DDD more often, like in Pure Fiction, it's less of an issue. Hello there, Lonely Tree. Hope you're doing well. Where would we look for the speed? Because you have a lot of break effect on this build, and we don't necessarily want to lose it. We could find a speed roll on the ore, and it's going to be hard to replace those gloves. More break effect as much as humanly possible. But we could drop 2 effect hit rate rolls for speed. It's just an option. You could just continue investing into break effect as well, which she is certainly stacked on already. And the build quality overall is in a good spot. Because if you were to optimize this more, if you found an effect hit rate roll here and a speed roll here, and you can and a speed roll here, so that's 2 speed rolls. Drop the extra effect hit rate rolls for 2 more rolls of speed, so that's 4. We could, if you min-max this further, you can definitely hit the 170. Hard to lose exactly 3.2. No, it's 4.2. It's 67. You only need 67 to max. So 67. Yeah, you just need 67. Might be better to zoom in. Is there a decimal value here? 66.7 specifically. So you could drop at least 1 EHR roll. Overall, I would say both are looking good. They're looking good. I wish you good luck on your Evanestia headpiece. It was hard enough to get her off 76% when reroll fixed that problem. Always like seeing a fellow Fugue enjoyer. Fugue is my favorite female unit in Star Rail. My favorite units are Dan Heng and Anaxa. Let me see. Anything else I can clear up for you before we continue? If not, Nightblade, did you have somebody that you wanted me to review? You have a new body piece that's a work in progress for Fugue, but needs rerolls. I see. Nightblade, I would just need your UID. Oh, that's not their UID, Kels. That's the sad fine on number. Nightblade, who did you want me to take a look at? Been testing Barca with his new team during our intermission. I'm sure you're having a great time. This damn Cyrene. Oh, we got Eagle Cyrene. Ooh, wait. This is without Von Whack, but it's also, what team are you running this on? Is this with Anaxa? Okay. Before we get into this, my partner just got home and she needs my help real quick, so give me just a second, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty. So we're playing this with Anaxa. So Anaxa, Saridra, and Tere. What's the investment here? E1S1, E0S1, E0S0. Not that it matters too much because she's not really benefiting from any of these buffs, but good to just add them in when we can. So if you're playing her with Anaxa on E0, you're getting this first ult out is rough on Eagle Cyrene. I would say swapping to two-piece with Von Whack would likely be more feasible of a build. Take a look here though. The main problem is that once you get Eagle running, it can work well. Like, these pieces work well once she gets her ult running, but she's not getting her ult running that fast at E0. You don't have speed set? Did you... Oh, you went for Quantum here. Did you go for Sacerdos? If you have two-piece Sacerdos... Two-piece Sacerdos, and then... I don't know if you're building Elation right now. But two-piece Diviner works if you're farming Elation. Because the usual recommendation for E0 Cyrene is 180 speed with Von Whack. Because Von Whack lets her work as a 200 speed outside of... Or, I'm sorry. No, it lets her work as 200... It lets her get 3 actions in cycle 0 of MOC. That's what I mean to say. Which is why she typically runs two-piece Von Whack. If you don't run two-piece Von Whack, you would want to be aiming for 200 speed, which is a lot harder to do. You're skipping Elation? That's fair. You could potentially, like, as a placeholder, keep the head and gloves here, and then swap the chest and boots to two-piece Sacerdos. because you don't have many. You only have 2 speed rolls on the chess piece, and Sacerdos will give you another 6% speed. But you do definitely want to swap this to Von Wack. So something like this that Chaos has, this would be what you want to go for. So this is 180 plus with Von Wack. So this guarantees the 3 actions, which means she can get her ult up before the end of Cycle 0 of MOC. Which is also halfway through Cycle 0 of Anomaly Arbitration. Warrior Goddess is another 2-piece if you're using it on anybody, or if you're farming Wave Strider. But that would be if you're playing like Finon or Hyacinth. So I'm not sure if you have pieces on those sets. But that would be my recommendation. Go for 180 plus with Von Wack. And she should be able to get her ult up earlier on, which will allow Anoxa to start popping off. And now my cat is sad because my partner is taking my dog out for a walk. It's gonna be a fun ride. I wish you good luck in your farming. Okay. With that, I think we are good on our intermission. So we can go ahead and jump back into things with Chaoses. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get through all of the supports today, but we'll see how far we can get before Chaos has to go do responsible things. Chaos, are you here? I know Varka's great, but are you here? Responsible things today are sleep. That is a responsible thing to do. Also need to remove these because I stole their pieces, so it updates. Only update existing characters. I forgot that that's a toggle. Excellent. Okay. Support time. Starting with Yao Guang. One of my favorites coming out of 4.x. This is not the team that she's playing in. She is with Silverwolf. How dare I say that? How dare I say what? Wait, what happened? You're still mad at Yao Guang? Why are you mad at Yao Guang? If it's 4.2 story related, I have not played through that yet, but I like Yao Guang. When they first started marketing all the 4.x units, the 3 that I wanted right off the bat were Yao Guang, Nihilux, and Asheville. I'm like, I will get these 3, and I will figure out the rest. Reckless endangerment of your wife. Oh, from the trailer. I do like Fugue, and I did feel bad for Fugue during that. Yeah. She's a bit of a wild one. So looking at Chaos's build, this is hitting over 180 with Woho. That is definitely pretty solid. We could consider going to 200 speed. It is a bit of a grind because you would need 7 to 8 extra rolls. No, it's like 8 to 9 extra rolls. Do we have pieces lying around? Let's just take a look. Doesn't take too long to take a look. Often people will have to opt for not 2000 speed. They will have to opt for two-piece, like I did, to hit the 200 speed goal. I also don't have E1 Ho-Ho though. The fact that you're hitting the speed without Sig though is pretty commendable. Yeah, we don't have the pieces. And I don't think there's anything lying around here. Take a quick look. Anything worth leveling here? Just check first. Beat the crit. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing at the moment. It's something worth considering. I would also consider just making sure she hits 180 without Ho-Ho. You don't have to worry about it now, but just keep it in the back of your head if we do get an Elation Sustain and they don't give a speed buff. I wouldn't say worry about this now. It's just be prepared to refarm. Your count is pretty allergic to speed, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Ho-Ho is hitting 160 speed with her E1, but could we go farther? Could we hit the 180? He is on Goddess, so it would be harder to do without like really good Goddess pieces. Yeah, you would need to swap the two-piece speed and also rob Hyacinth, which we probably don't want to do. 180 speed definitely isn't required. Two-piece. Nah, we can stick with 160. Is there anything better we can do with 160? Maybe boost up the healing. Wait, what are we using? Oh, we're using HP chest. It's the same, like, why is it restricted? Bone collection. That's an option. Well, there's a 170 setup here. Talking didn't hear you, child. It's Chopper child. No worries. We could potentially hit a higher speed breakpoint with heal. What's a good speed breakpoint to hit? I think 171.9 is a breakpoint, or 171.5. breakpoint for MLC. Could potentially look for 175. It gives an extra action if you clear in cycle 1. Cycle 1 or 2. It just doesn't give an extra action in cycle 0. Is this here? Reveal yourself to me. Get as much speed as possible. So we do have a 175 build we can go. And it's actually more HP. Yeah, we can swap over to this. This is also crit damage instead of attack. And crit damage is better for the team, for the Elation team. The only problem is that this doesn't work for Dot. That's you also play her on Dot. Oh no, I forgot to switch. I was looking at Ho-Ho pieces. I'm sorry. I was doing so good today. Swapping back and forth. Now I have failed. So for Ho-Ho, we could swap to Keel, but Keel wouldn't be useful on the Dot. I think we could stick with... But Ageless isn't as good on the Elation team. It does help Sparksy a little bit. Could consider farming Giant Tree. We'll see what Hyacinth needs. For now, I would say Ho-Ho is in an okay spot. Outside of that headpiece. Yeah. We really could use a better two-piece. We have giant tree pieces that we can level. So there are giant tree pieces here that we could level. And she doesn't have any speed rolls on this two-piece, so we can increase her healing. The allies would lose attack. Not sure. There's not really that big of a... If there were speed rolls here, we could potentially hit 180 speed. That has a good amount of speed. Ho-Ho's base speed is 98, so 6%, like 5.6-ish. We drop, what's the decimal value here? We drop 2.3, so we net 3.3. And then we can swap to this, that gives us another 5. This is E1 Ho-Ho, so it's 162 in combat. We're looking to see where we can improve here, Alf. We are not looking to judge. I'm not big on the ages here, so let's see about swapping her to Giant Tree and seeing if we can help her hit another speed break point. Not the HP stat I wanted it to roll into. And then we're using this orb. Oh. That's 159. We go back over here. 159, but it's 177 in combat. So we are like one good speed roll away from hitting 180. Where are we gonna find it? Like, I mean, I know where we're gonna find it. We literally don't have any on the 2-piece. Can we? How well is Hyacinth doing? Can Hyacinth provide a donation? She's at 203 right now. Hyacinth could provide a donation if she doesn't need. No, she doesn't have any speed rolls there either, but she has 7 there, so she needs that. She technically doesn't, because she hits 200 plus with Warrior Goddess. So we could give this to Ho-Ho. Hyacinth would still hit 200 plus. Yeah, it wouldn't break Hyacinth. So if we go back into dribbles here. So she's hitting 167 now. This is 184 in combat. Thanks to Goddess and Giant Tree, or Goddess and E1. And then if we look at Hyacinth's hitting 195, but she hits 202 in combat, and this procs instantly thanks to her technique. So she's good. As for improving Ho-Ho, it's really just consider we would want to get outgoing healing chest, and then just more speed and HP. Mostly HP since she's hitting a pretty good speed break point. So if you wanted to go for 200 speed Ho-Ho, which isn't a common build by any means, but certainly plausible. Let's keep things moving. Sunday. Where is that build? Where is... what is it? Zakardos? We're on... Yeah, it does use this pieces from Sparkle. Could we let Sparkle keep the pieces? We'll have to see what we can do for Sparkle. It does look like we have room for more speed and crit damage. Speed on the chest. Speed and crit damage on the gloves. I'm taking a quick look in the background, but I'm not seeing any upgrades, any potential pieces to level. This is what we're working with at the moment. Great Sakura's pieces like Pokemon cards. Well, nobody's using these Sakura's pieces. And this lets Sunday hit 258 crit damage, which is pretty respectable. Like this, that headpiece is giving a metric ton of crit damage. Probably put Ho-Ho on 4-piece warrior now that you got E1. I would certainly consider it. Then we'll see what we'll do for Sparksy after we take these pieces for Sunday. Sparky Sparkle. Wrong Spark. Is it 2-piece? Is it the piece with 28 crit damage? No, the headpiece has 30.4 crit damage. What's the breakpoints above 80? It's really just 200. There may be some other ones in between, but the main one is 200 speed. You can check the HSR resources page. I have the speed breakpoints for both MOC and AA listed there. At this point, it would just be get more crit damage on Sunday, but it gloves, and if we get more speed on the chest, you could make room. It doesn't make that much room. This works. We're hitting 133.6 here. It's working right now, Chaos. Could potentially find more crit damage on the gloves and planar. Yeah. It's still 2 crit rate rolls or crit damage rolls here. I would say overall Sunday's pretty chill. He's doing what he's got to do. Oh, for fast Sunday, I see. What's your fast Sunday build? Also, here's a neat thing that I don't think enough people know about. We have relic loadouts now. For those of you who don't know, use your relic loadouts right here in Smart Equips, and then you can do preset sets, and you can add a preset. So we can save this 133 breakpoint Sunday. It is very useful for Sunday players. It is very useful. I assume it's 160 speed Sunday you're going for. Yeah, 160 speed. Doesn't look like we have anything for it at the moment. With Sacerdos, at least. Let's see what we have for two-piece. Now, 159 isn't good enough, unfortunately, because it misses the breakpoint. He'd have to rob pieces for it. But are you using this with anyone? He was on Penacony two-piece? Oh, true. Yeah, he wouldn't be on Lushaka. He would not be on Lushaka with an HP scaler. Also, Sparkle ends up being better than him on the fast setups now. So you could just use Sparkle. And that way you don't have to swap out their builds. Yeah, we would need to rob Hyacinth, which would end up breaking her build at that point. But we want to avoid that. Yeah, I would say keep Sunday on the 133 and then see about getting Sparkle to 160 plus. You didn't have Sparkle back then? Well, that makes sense. And also Sparkle wasn't as good back then. Like at launch, I would say 160 speed Sunday makes sense. But where we are now with having Sparkle and Sparkle being buffed to be better than Sunday in a lot of scenarios, it would make sense to just make Sparkle your fast type events and keep Sunday as your slow one. Let's see what we can do for Sparkle. This is out of order, but let's see what we can do. Telling us to use two-piece Forge. I mean, it does give two-piece speed. And it looks like we need it to hit 160 on her without taking Lushaka from Sunday. Penacony's not very useful outside of Archer. Talia. I also have some high-speed Talia pieces. We would prefer to have a passive on her. But this can function. Because it's giving the speed and crit damage. Actually, we're on DDD, aren't we? We don't need this much speed. What's the DDD breakpoint? So she ults on after turn 1 and then every 3 turns after. It's like 151, the breakpoint. Yeah, 151. So if you're keeping her on DDD, we could opt for a slower speed Sparkle. Still wants us to use Forge. What's her priority right now? I don't think she would beat out anybody, but let's see. Let's put her right after Sunday. Oh. We just don't have the best two-piece for her. But we could use these Forge pieces. Just as a placeholder. What do we think, Chaos? now would. It means less worrying about swapping out builds, and then we would just want to swap the 2-piece to something like... if we're playing her with Archer and Mighty, you wouldn't necessarily want Ushaka, so probably Broken Keel. Honestly, at that point, her passive doesn't matter too much. You could also go Von Whack. Von Whack could also be worth considering, and then speed tuning around that. But depending on the team, you might not want her to go that fast for turn 1. Let's go ahead and get these equipped on her. That's not the right piece, is it? No. Probably won't play her with Mighty. Your Mighty team is pretty set in stone these days. That's fair. So in that case, you would just give her Lushaka if she's only with Archer. This wouldn't change unless you upgrade to 4-piece Sacerdos with enough speed. This is a bit more of an unusual build, but sometimes we just work with the stats we got. If we don't got the sets, we take the stats. Yeah, this hits 152, which is an effective 160 so long as she's proccing DDD after turn 1 and every 3 turns. She's got her ER, she's got 250 crit damage, which for a high speed build is pretty nice. Although, even if this drops to like 200 with 4-piece Sacerdos, that would be better. More reason to farm Scholar Sacerdos. I know you don't necessarily want to hear it. DDD is weird. Yeah, DDD can be weird to wrap your head around at first. It took me a while to like fully understand what I wanted to do with DDD. What did we... We wanted more crit damage on Sunday. That's really all we... But it's not that big of a deal. Archer team. That's also true. Archer team is double DDD. So she could technically operate with even less speed, depending on how frequently Tribby gets her ult up. But I like to operate under the assumption of 1 DDD, unless I know for a fact I'm always keeping these units together. Or I'm testing something very specific. Saridra. Saridra, she's at 140 speed. And just under 4k attack. Let's see if we can throw some more attack on her. Sorting by ult damage on Saridra. Damage? We're gonna sort by attack. We do want Sakado, and Lushaka. You're gonna have to dip in like 10 minutes. Okay, so that'll let us probably get through Professor Tere and Cyrene, maybe? Cyrene we don't have to do too much because we kind of talked about it earlier. This would involve taking Professor Tere's pieces, which I'm not sure I'm 100% with. But she does give more of her attack to the ally than Professor Tere does. Here the HPT is bare bones. Yeah, he's not on 4-piece Recluse. We want that Recluse. I think we do give these, and then we'll see what we're working with for Professor Tere. Oh wait, no, I messed up. That's not enough speed. I almost messed up, but we fixed it. We trade boots with Cyrene? Oh, you know what? These boots... Saridra's current boots have HP and speed. So it's actually a little bit of an upgrade for Cyrene. We could take F today. I think we shall, because he doesn't need that speed necessarily. Or no, we're giving him speed. You could opt for more crit damage, but honestly, I wouldn't stress about it much. She's kind of good. Thuridra's doing what she's got to do. We're gonna call this one all set. Mancer Tere, do we have? This will probably take up the rest of the time that we have for Chaos. Do we have Recluse? Is there any Recluse in the building? So we got that piece. Not mostly into effect hit rate, but it's got attack and speed. That's got attack and speed. He's at 152 right now. Oh, we ain't got no boots. We ain't got no boots. Our plans foiled, in shambles, dismayed. So I'm just gonna put this. In advance. Well, if we're playing speed Professor Tere, we're gonna be playing very speed Professor Tere. He gets 40% action advance from his brace for turn 1. So if we want a turn 1 effective 200 speed, what do we need to hit again? So that's 26,000 divided by 150, 173. No, that's... Oh no, no, he doesn't hit 200 comfortably. Or the effective 200 comfortably. We can certainly check, but he needs 173.34 speed for it. We can certainly check. Why is effect hit rate one of his options? Is it for thing? Thoughts on Cypher, Aventurine, and Converging Stars? Cypher can use it. I wouldn't recommend it on Aventurine. Yeah, we're not hitting that fast. So let's try 160 breakpoint. Yeah, we can definitely check. Well, how much you spend without being insane, it really is up to preference. Like, when it comes to spending fuel, it really is how much do you want to hold on to? Like, do you want to hold on to enough to build a character from scratch? Do you want to just have some aside for a rainy day? There isn't a wrong answer on how much fuel you hold. The wrong answer is never spending it. Like, don't hold so much fuel that you never spend it all. As long as you're spending it regularly in some fashion, you're making use of it. If we go for 160, 160 is 4 actions in 250 action values, so he only needs 144 speed to hit a 160 in MOC. So we can just aim for 144. Metro, do you want to see how much you have? Is it like 500? What are you doing with Eagle here? I mean, we're getting a good amount of attack out of it. Like, Eagle? No, so then we're fine. I think I have like... Actually, no, I used a good amount on my ZZZ ult. Who hoards that much? I have seen Genshin accounts with like 600 of the condensed resin. Or whatever the permanent one is. You have to go? Okay. We'll finish off on this Permancer Tere, and then we can continue the rest of the builds. We got like 8 characters to go through. Does this take longer than I initially expected? Well, this took longer than I had planned, but I also expected it to take longer than I had planned because it was our first time going through something like this. No, do not apologize. I'm not saying you need to apologize. Like I said, I'm ad-libbing a lot of this because this is the first time me making a Star Rail sheet. So we are all learning together right now. And if we're all learning together, it's all good. Oh, this is robbing Kafka her chess piece. I'll go ahead and take care of your Permancer Tere, and then we'll wrap things up for now. Not the stream, just Chaos's review. I want to find more speed on something here. We only need 144. This is potentially giving us like 500 extra attack, but we need to find... a musketeer chest piece? With speed on it? No. Because there were these boots it was recommending. Where are they? These ones. These are really good boots. Do we have a prisoner attack chest piece? Something with speed on it. Oh, it does show speed, even if you haven't unlocked it. That's nice. I like that. So if we swap to this, we're gonna have to do some of this manually here. Because I need to find pieces that we can level. Looks like the chest piece mainly holding us back from our options at the moment. We have a prisoner one we could level, another Sacerdos. If we go prisoner, do we have gloves we could use? Or a headpiece? Seems promising. But we need musketeer gloves, which we don't really have right now, unless we have one we can level. Oh. Just maybe. Any pieces we don't need? Now, there's an easy way to check the pieces that we don't need. That worked. And we use prisoner chest piece. What's our speed at right now? 138. We would need 2 rolls into this. Either that or speed on another piece. Nothing's leveled at the moment for Lushaka, though. At least nothing that we're not already using. we would need 3 rolls into this. Can this find something? Now that we've updated. Still saying evil. We're excluding Kafka. Slingshot. Lushaka's attack is so hard to find. True. No, we don't need reroll stuff, especially not on a sustain. This chess piece is sadness, but it would get us. No, we can do this without robbing. We can just do this. As soon as I once again find these pieces. Pretty sure we were using this chess piece. So this hits 146. He only needs 144 to hit an effective 160. We really do want to get him on 4-piece Recluse and upgrade 2-piece Lushaka. So how many units do we have left? 3, 6, 9, 10. With practice, I will get better at reading through these and identifying exactly what we need to do. That's kind of how things worked for ZZZ for me. The more I look at units, the easier it is to remember what I'm looking for on them. Although there are some more variables in Star Rail. But I think for now, we're taking a pause on Chaos's review, because Chaos needs to sleep and do other responsible things that Chaos does. So far, I would say the teams definitely are in a solid spot. The only one that is like dire. Like the only one that really wants the immediate upgrade is Rappa to get Dahlia. So roster-wise, we're having a good time. And as much as Chaos doesn't want to hear it, 4-piece Scholar and 4-piece Sacerdote seem to be the minds of choice at the moment. And then you mentioned taking a look at the fuel. Alright, what do we got for fuel going on right now? What is it? It's over here. 161. Pretty good amount. Are you planning to pull like Mordenax or Himiko? I assume not Himiko, but I don't know if you're getting Mordenax. Rude hand gestures at this point. What are these tokens? Yaguang's Fortune Pouch. No? Okay. So you don't have anybody to spend this on right now. Are there any reruns you're waiting on? Whether it's from what we discussed or other plans you have in mind. Asheville, maybe? We'll have to see if Asheville's rerunning. You might want to set some aside for him. Unless you want... Since you're going to be likely using your stamina on your current units. I would say you probably don't need to hold on to more than 60. How much do you need to fully build a unit again? It's more than 60, but see. To build a unit requires 132. It takes 132, but that's assuming you need credits, which you don't. Removing the credits and EXP. I assume you have EXP as well. Yep. Standard star rail procedure. You would only need 98. So if you wanted to hold onto like 100 of these for building up a unit, you could. But if you pre-farm in advance and you're not worried about building up a unit, you could honestly just dump all of these. And Star Rail has been pretty nice recently, giving us the Ascension and Trace mats for units prior to their release. So like how we got Nihility mats already for Mordenax. These guys. They've been doing that since, I think, Finon? I think Finon was the first one to get early mats, which is pretty nice. We also got the Hunt ones early for Asheville. The pre-farming is pretty chill. So you could honestly just spend all of this. And it may end up all going into Sacerdos and Scala. My personal comfort of like reserving these is typically around 40 to 60 depending on my mood. Let me make a note here. We haven't looked at RMC yet. Wait, 3.7 story. Not long ago, you got almost 300. A hefty amount. There may be other stuff for RMC, but that's going to be the first. Change of plans, and you can stay for the whole thing if you just want to finish it. You thought we had errands, but we don't. I see. Do you not need sleep? I thought you were going to sleep. If you got time for us to finish it, we can finish it. You will when we are done. All right. Let's go ahead and see what we can do here. Cyrene. Back to the... So we were looking at Cyrene earlier when we were doing the unit reviews. Right. E0 Cyrene, non-remembrance. I would say this is a good spot for her. 180 plus with Von Wack. No, we're good. Finishing it now is better than scheduling it later. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's anything you have to do on Cyrene. You could aim for 200 speed without Von Wack, but you really don't need to.
This is really all E0 Cyrene needs. You could also go the route of 180 with Deliverer. Because Deliverer at least buffs the team. We could see if potentially there's a little bit of upgrade for the bit of personal damage he is bringing to the team. 180, Von Whack. Let's just see what we got here real quick. Can we afford to rob Hyacinth? I don't think we can. I don't think we can. Yeah, she wants that speed. We are excluding Hyacinth. Eagle. So this brings her up to 188. She also gets a whole ton more crit damage, though. Not much crit rate behind it, but crit damage. Can RMC afford to lose that piece? Actually, RMC needs more speed. We're going to take a look at RMC first, because RMC actually needs an upgrade. We'll see if we have room to upgrade. ERR. Speed. Wait, healing bonus. Why is healing bonus a recommended option? For healing mem? What? Is that a thing people do? Oh, this is 152 with Von Whack, though. If you're going Von Whack, you can go 144. Actually, Trailblazer have their own advance. They have their own advance, right? On a trace or something. Yeah, they get 30% on battle start. Do you have Amphorius? You should, since you were farming Revelry. Well, none of them are leveled at the moment. Do you have ER? Well, we could swap the 2-piece Amphorius. It wouldn't necessarily hit the breakpoints. Well, it can. It's just harder to plan around because you're planning around when RMC acts. But it would be more useful than Von Whack. And the extra speed gives Cyrene a bit more res pen. Is something. Only problem is I think we ran out of EXP. We could use this. We have a good rope. You only use RMC with Mighty if that matters. Yeah, I'm keeping that in mind. Where'd that rope go? This rope. Yeah, we just don't have the XP right now. Can't make the adjustment at the moment unless we look for pieces to blow up. Like this one. Is it okay if I blow up some pieces, Chaos? Sounds good. Try to stick to, like, for hands and gloves, I try to stick to 3 substats or less. Because your account definitely doesn't need to hold on to them. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we'll take it. And then I think we wanted this one. You hold on to stuff like that, especially for fodder. Why don't you just fodder it immediately, though? I guess if you're not sure whether you want to put it into EXP or Relic Remains. Hello, Yami. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Let's go with this one. Never have I ever seen what that set looks like. Ooh, that rolled a couple times into speed. We like that. We're getting 11 speed out of this set. Would you look at that? Okay, so if we go back over to Fribbles. No, not Punk Lord. Amphorius. Let us not rob Sparkle, please and thank you. Sparkle's doing her best right now. We need to not rob her. Oh wait, we also need a... Oh no, we are hitting 160 speed. But we need to hit 160 speed without Amphorius. We also need to not rob Hyacinth. I think we can rob that raw May piece. I think we'll be okay. Is this Yakuza music? It is. I'm like, this is feels Yakuza. We can grab this magical girl for a bit more crit damage. It's my playlist. It's not my playlist. It's a video of City Pop remixes that I just grabbed off of YouTube. I can't play my playlist because those are copyrighted. Okay. So it's hitting speed, respectable crit damage. Consider swapping swap to 4-piece deliverer. So looks like we have another stage that we could potentially farm. deliver a recluse for whenever you get tired of Scholar Sacerdos. Because you can get Recluse for Permancer Tede and Deliverer on Cyrene and RMC. And the nice thing about Deliverer is that it stacks. Complete story. I had to put it in there. I'm sorry. It's like you're missing a whole part of their kit and their signature light cone. I gotta say it like it is. Back to Cyrene real quick. We can get this upgrade here. So what are we upgrading? We're losing HP, but we're getting like 80% crit damage. Which Sig? The 4-star Sig. The Mem one. Okay, we can get a bit of an upgrade on Cyrene here. While still keeping her speed. These diviner pieces are proving to be useful. The pleasures of being able to run 2-piece speed. Yeah, it does not like this build on her at all, but we're trying to be fast here. Trying to be fast. We simply get the E2 Hyacinth. Except that also doesn't proc at Cycle 0 unless you're playing Kestrus. Or not Cycle 0, 0 AV. Speaking of Hyacinth, on to Hyacinth. The Hyacinth is on 4-piece Warrior and 2-piece Giantry. That's what you want. You didn't have the funds for E2. That's fair. He wants 200 speed in combat. We're gonna filter because we're sticking with our sets. E1 was kind of last minute pull. I see. Hyacinth is on her best set. From the gear that you have currently. Yep, he's just... To improve it further, it would just be more speed and more crit damage. But she's doing everything she's got to do. Kafka. We need a little bit faster on the Kafka. Well, actually, with Woho, we don't need Kafka to be faster. But if we don't want to rely on Ho-Ho, then we would want Kafka to be faster. If you want higher speed, you need to support. No, we're not looking for higher speed. 200 plus is fine. You'd only aim for higher speed if you were E2 plus, because you'd want to hit the 240, no, 260 breakpoint. I forget what the breakpoint is. But there's a breakpoint E2 can hit with a bit of optimization. This is plenty speed if we get to use Ho-Ho here. All speed gets converted into healing bonus, yeah. But it's not that worth investing into if it doesn't hit a breakpoint. Is it 166.67? That's Kafka's breakpoint. What's her speed goal? I know it's around here, I just forget what the exact number is. She needs 156.7 out of combat. Your daughter heard me say 6-7. I'm sorry. Sorry I did that to you. I didn't mean to put you through that, Chaos. You have my condolences. Wait, no. Cancel. We are 4-piece Eagle. We would also like 75 effective rate. Speed may be too high. Do we not have the pieces to run without Ho-Ho? Put the decimal point here. Maybe we need Ho-Ho. Looks like we're about 2 speed rolls short. I think it's mainly because of Lushaka. We take off Lushaka. It makes us makes us go on Forge. Yeah, I think for the time being, until we upgrade, we want to keep Ho-Ho on this team. We can get a little more damage out of her while still retaining the speed we need. So Kafka is base 100 speed, right? Yeah, and High Sealance gives 10%. That's... yeah. So we want to aim for 156.67. I'm sorry that I said it again. Combat if cannot use Waffle. This is only if you can't put Ho-Ho on this team. So long as you can put Ho-Ho on this team, the build's fine. The problem is your Elation team is also using it, but they can probably get away with using a different sustain. So this is hitting her speed goal still. She's getting a bit more personal stats out of it while still retaining the speed goal that she wants. You do have plenty of sustains to go around. You're like me, you have all the limited sustains, except I don't have Locha. I lost the 50-50 on Locha. And then I saved that for Imbibitor Lune. Oh, you don't have a Pushwen, true. You're missing Pushwen. So we're each missing one. We're each missing one clearly relevant sustain. Very meta indeed. Now on to break. So Ranmei actually doesn't need much speed in break. She actually wants to be slow. Because her ult up time is non-existent if she's too fast. Also, if you're playing her on break, you would want to consider swapping out her light cone. Because her signature isn't very useful on break teams. Locha served you mighty well until you got Hyacinth. That's fair. Locha did have like 4.1 and 3.1 and 3.2. Locha was having a good time. He was very relevant for those two patches. If we wanted to play her on break, without buying the Battle Pass Light Cone, I would probably lean towards either Memories of the Past for energy or Dance Dance Dance. But you could also just keep it on for the bit of wave energy it gives. It's the Cypher one. In Pursuit of the Wind. It's, this one. This is her best in slot now. Yeah, no, you don't have another S5 DDD. You have another copy, but it's S1. This works very well because it gives a team-wide break damage buff, and it just works. But also, if you replace her with Dahlia, you don't need it. We go for 133.34. Do we have Watchmaker? Yeah, it looks like we have some Watchmaker pieces. Where is Watchmaker? I meant 2-piece. We can go Bonwhack. I saw some pieces. It should be enough for her. He really just wants the 4-piece effect and get enough speed. Anything else is an extra. Let's see what we got going on here. Steal from HMC is necessary. Apparently we don't. Apparently we want this 11% crit rate. Oh, we do need to steal the chess piece from HMC. Hello, Andre. Thank you for the redeem. What unit did you want us to take a look at? Super. We can definitely do that once we finish things up here. Don't have too many units left. All set. Get Dahlia. No hate to Ron May enjoyers. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So she's hitting her speed. She's got Bonwhack to get ahead of people and set up her ultimate. Still think it's funny that Silverwolf was an impulse pull and ended up being your best build. That's just how it works sometimes. It's just how it be. You. As I said, Fugue is one of my personal favorite HSR characters. See what we can do for her. We're gonna not count the speed buff from Ranmei because we want to be prepared to not rely on it for we do get Dahlia. Yeah, your Silverwolf build is the best by a pretty wide margin. It looks like we have just a couple pieces to upgrade. For a slight upgrade. Overall, she's doing good. You can just drop some speed in favor of more break effect. Only pulled few because she's pretty. That's true. She do be pretty. When you were still traumatized by Ting Yun. Whatever could you mean? Where is this piece that it's looking at? Oh, it's this one. That certainly was a moment in Star Rail history. Do I have a favorite character before Fugue showed up? Oh, Fugue's not my favorite. She's my favorite female character. My favorite character is Dan Heng. And it has always been Dan Heng. My top 3 goes Dan Heng, Anaxa, and Fugue. Do I have a favorite female character before Fugue showed up? That would have been Su Shang. Which one? Like, I liked Ting Yun, but I liked Su Shang more. We know Su Shang. Su Shang. Top 3, Dan Heng, Dan Heng, Dan Heng. If we're including dupes, or if we're including SPs, then yeah, top 3 would be Dan Heng, Dan Heng, Dan Heng. My favorite Dan Heng is actually Promancer Tede, because that design is just very cool. Like, I like Imbibitor Lune, I really like Imbibitor Lune, but Promancer Tede just resonates with me. And I also like that so Imbibitor Lune is him being tied to his past, and Promancer Tede is him moving forward into the future. And I really like the symbolism in that too, because it feels like Promancer Tede is an upgrade of Dan Heng and not just using the power of Dan Feng. We like character progression. You're indifferent about 4-star Dan Heng and Imbibitor Lune, but Promancer Tede is fine. We do like Promancer Tede out here. Yeah, from here, it's just getting more speed, or really more break effect on Fugue. She's hitting her effect hit rate. She's actually hitting it a lot. Why are we hitting so much? Oh, because I put 75. Why did I put 75 effect hit rate? What am I doing? We literally went over this. Where did I get 75 from? We just need to swap out the gloves. For these double crit gloves. So yeah, we can consider, you don't really need to worry about building more break effect on Fugue. She's not contributing that much damage to the team, but it's nice. If they ever gave Fugue a Nova Flare, I would like them to increase her attack frequency. I like what they did with Dahlia, where she has the follow-up attack, because it feels like we're making more use of that break effect damage. And also it gives me more energy to make use of E2 Fugue. But that's a whole other thing. On to Lingsha. Lingsha we would like to see hitting 160 speed. Ideally 150 break effect. Oh, she has Sig. She can hit 150 break effect. Without Sig, it's a bit rougher. Oh no, she needs 200. She needs 200 for her trace, right? Am I mixing it up with... That's Fugue. Yeah, she needs 200. But she's also getting break effect from Fugue. We could count... Yeah, we can count Ranmei's because Dahlia gives more than Ranmei. Even with Watchmaker, Dahlia gives more than Ranmei. Lingsha is pretty cool too. I also like Lingsha. I believe in Vidyadhara supremacy. This is sorted by her healing. But what about her damage? What about break damage? She's out here to destroy. Not enough speed on the cavalry pieces to run 4-piece cavalry, but we can offer 2-piece. So this hits 160 speed. He gets a little bit more break effect out of it. A little bit more damage. You like the Nuclear Bunny? I also like the Nuclear Bunny. DPS Lingsha is one of my favorite pure fiction themes that I also used in Anomaly Arbitration last rotation. We're looking for pieces to give her. Look at that, an SS score. I need them to give a DPS score for Lingsha like they did for Hyacinth. Can I request that? Wait, this is 150. Oh no! We have Ranmei buff active. Plan is foiled. Longevous. I'm sorry, what? You think your Aventurine build is jacked? We'll find out shortly. Apparently if you let Black Swan take Hycelian's rope, her damage increases exactly by 1. Let's go. We're progging. See, speed, healing, speed, break effect. Break effect, healing, break effect. Okay. We still have pieces, thankfully. We just lose a good amount of damage. But that's fine. This is Warrior Sacerdos. You moved some stuff around a few weeks ago for more sustaining. You were in a hurry moving stuff back and you don't know if you ever fixed it. I see. No worries. We'll see how things are. Are you okay with me stealing boots from Locha? Because these boots are actually on Locha, but he's not part of the units we're looking at, so it doesn't show it. How dare I? We can use this two-piece messenger instead. It's not that big of a loss. Okay, so the upgrade from here would be swapping to 4-piece cavalry while maintaining 160 plus speed. You're gonna act like you know what we're looking at? We're looking at Lingxia's new pieces, where she's got 160 plus speed. This is still hitting over 200, right? Yeah, she's. I was about to say, I forgot that Foxy and Prayer was still on her. You know, my Lingxia was not at 160 speed for the longest time, and I don't think she is still anyway. But now I have E2 Fugue, so I don't need to. I stalled for so long that I removed the need. We already looked at Sparkle because we were looking at Sunday. Treebee. Treebee's on Poet because she's here to destroy. She just wants damage. We kind of just press the button. And just see what lets Tribby destroy. She's on her best build. We did it. Upgrading this build further. Better 2-piece. And better chest. Did we need Giant Tree upgrades for Hyacinth and Ho-Ho? I don't think so. But if you decide to go for upgrades on Treebee, you could get upgrades on them. And I think is Bone Collection better? Yeah, it could also potentially be an upgrade for Mighty. If you farm Bone Collection. Because we could upgrade these pieces further. So, it's not something I would stress about getting, but it's something to consider. We're down to last two, the follow-up support duo themselves, Miss Robin and Aventurine. Robin, I think I broke her 2-piece at some point, but we'll fix that. She only needs 120 with Von Wack. Yeah, it's very close. We're not playing Robin with Kafka, so we're not playing EHR Robin. We're just going for as much attack as possible on Von Wack. Good. If I could find Von Wack. There's nothing here. What do you mean there's nothing there? Do we need to take a piece back from somebody? Where's Robin. You have this. No, you don't need that. No, we're taking that back. Ron May doesn't need that. You can get more attack by not... What? Apparently you just got crazy eagle attack pieces. We can get a fair amount of attack off of this. Just a bit. An extra 700. But she's also unaffected hit rate chest right now because I'm pretty sure I swapped something. So that's likely why. Nonetheless, it looks like we are swapping all of her pieces. Since we can drop a lot of her speed at the moment. Find these lovely gloves that somebody's maybe holding. Oh, I see. I sealant swapped with her earlier. Yes, that was it. Thank you for reminding me. She's still pretty fast, even with this setup. But we would need more speed rolls on other pieces in order to swap this to attack. But I wouldn't say there's anything you'd need to do with Robin, because she's over 4k attack. We're going to call that one all set. And now for our last unit. The big man himself, the gambling man. E6 hits one Aventurine. What are we gonna do with you, Aventurine? I know you like to play him more aggressively. So we are optimizing for damage. We just want the 133.34 breakpoint. Let's put in teammates here. Not that it really matters. Might be better to just not include. And oh, good. But not getting anything from Sunday. Sunday's just kind of here. Can we upgrade the Aventurine? Banana Amusement works with Danhung Dragon. That is correct, yes. saying to swap to Bellabog. Bellabog. Are we sure about that? These aren't crazy Bellabog pieces. What are we doing here? This makes sense. Especially swapping the headpiece. We drop the speed that we don't need in favor of more crit and defense. And the gloves are a slight upgrade. Definitely better headpiece. Slightly better gloves. I think it's using these gloves mostly because it needs the speed. Where are these gloves? These? Yeah, these. You could actually benefit from more crit rate. His defense is solid. His crit damage is good. It's just he's short on crit rate at the moment. Let's see if we have some gloves laying around here. Nothing like that. What about the fan? Oh. What do we have here? Crit damage. He does want speed to run this. You want to keep that crit rate. Nothing at the moment, because we lose out on speed, and we need the speed roll. Unless we find speed somewhere else. Maybe on sumo pieces? Oh, not Izumo. This is Salsodo. Doesn't look like we have anything at the moment unless we feel like playing. Actually, not even ER. That's not a good piece. Yeah, I would try to work on upgrading his crit rate. We do have room for upgrade across the board at the moment. Find more crit rate here. Could find speed, defense, and crit rate here. We already talked about the gloves and the boot. Do we really not have better boot? because the only other ones we have. Great. Music stopped again. But this time we are just wrapping things up. So we've gone through all of the units. What do we need here? Loose, deliver. One recluse to deliver. One sacerdos. One cavalry for Linksha. Pioneer. In terms of planers, we're in a pretty good spot. We just need Lushaka, better Lushakas on Taranto Tede and Lushaka on Sparkle. Potentially upgrade 3B. You could also opt for Duran on Aventurine. I think I'm running Duran on my Aventurine at the moment. I would say Scholar and Sacerdos. In terms of farming, like Scholar, Sacerdos. Deliver Recluse. Everything else is kind of craft. I would like to put pretty pictures here, but I'll have to figure out how to implement that another time. I would say this looks to be the route at the moment in terms of what to farm. Start with Scholar Sacerdos, grab some Deliver and Recluse, and then see about crafting the rest. If you wanted to farm other stages, like farming Wave Strider is fine because 2-piece Warrior Goddess is still useful. Prisoner is with... What is Prisoner with? This is what we're looking at right now. So these are all the sets. These are all the 4-piece sets and 2-piece sets. And roughly how many units want each one based off of what we've gone through so far. And then in terms of what to farm, Scholar Sacerdos, Deliver Recluse, and crafting. What is Prisoner with? Relic Cavern. Prisoner is with the Grand Duke. Oh, we don't have Grand Duke. Pioneers with Watchmaker, which is good as a 2-piece, but the 4-piece wouldn't be that useful unless you're playing Sustainless Break with Ron May or HMC after getting Dahlia. So, not ideal, but could work. Wave Strider, like I mentioned, is good because Wave Strider is with Warrior. Warrior's always a good 2-piece. Covers up. And then Cavalry would be another set to craft. Although 2-piece Valorous isn't bad because it's attack percent. Chaos, are you still alive? Is everyone still alive after this? This took pretty much the entirety of the stream, outside of some intermissions. So definitely a lengthy process, but I want to say it was productive. And it gives me a good idea on how to do these account reviews in the future. Hopefully do them a bit more efficiently on my end. So thank you, Chaos, for being my guinea pig. You almost fell asleep, but it's not my fault. It's okay. If I wasn't yapping, I could fall asleep. But that's because if I'm not doing anything, I get sleepy. Test subject. Trade did the same thing for my Zenless ones, my Zenless account reviews. Speaking of which, I might adopt this roster format for Zenless. Hopefully other accounts aren't such a mess. Nah, you're good. This was a good time. I enjoyed it. I will make sure to send this over to you so you can review it at your leisure. And then you can always reach out to me with any questions. I'm also going to send you the Fribbles file. You can, not that you necessarily need it because you can just use the auto import, but I'll send it to you just in case you need it. Still use the ZZZ one. I'm glad to hear it is proving useful for you. Where the heck did I save this? Go. Need to break it. Maybe elation cleanup. Next HSR stream in a year. No. We got the live stream on Friday. Also, apparently I froze my browser. Lovely. Even my browser is done with me. Okay, you have a good rest, Chaos. We're gonna go ahead and log off here. And we are also going to be calling the stream for today because it is about my time. Thank you everybody who stopped by and chilled through this in-depth account review. I do plan to do more in the future. I do hope to be a bit more efficient with them. So thank you all for sticking around, asking questions, engaging. I appreciate all of that because it helps me improve on these to hopefully help you improve your accounts. We do have 2 account reviews scheduled for Zenless tomorrow. We have one for Argi and one for Yotsugi. I am much more comfortable with Zenless reviews, so I'm pretty confident we can get both of those done in a timely manner. And then Friday we have the Star Rail live stream, and we have Zenless DA reset. You do also have a lot of characters, Cass. No worries. Yes, Andre. No worries. I'm getting you pulled up here as well. My apologies. So you asked to look at Silverwolf, correct? Right. Is this with E1 Ho-Ho? This is not with E1 Ho-Ho. So, is this... No, E0 Yao Guang. I would look at trying to get the last couple speed rolls in here for the 200 plus speed, but... I would say the crit... It's 14 crit at the moment, 14 speed. So that's... 28. Not too shabby thus far. I would just be trying to get the speed rolls. Where would we be able to find them? Oh, that is some crazy headpiece. That is helping you out quite a bit. I would say the chess piece would likely be the best bet. Chess piece and orb. Because you don't have any crit damage rolls here either, so we can definitely upgrade the chess piece. And then orb does have some crit damage, but it's also missing crit rate. Yeah, if we could find just a couple more speed rolls to get this over 200, we'd be having a good time. Otherwise, the build is looking in a solid spot. You have 211 speed substat relics. On what slots? Oh, one is on Yaguang. Ah, you have the gloves here. Very nice. Yeah, I feel you on the Silverwolf. My Silverwolf on my alt account. She's not leveled yet, so she technically doesn't have this stat. But once I get her final trace, she'll be at 199.5 speed. which only makes me a little upset. So I gotta find 0.5 more speed. Yeah. So close and yet so far. You could consider crafting a chess piece. Crafting one with speed and crit damage. And just seeing if it rolls into speed. At the very least, it'll be an upgrade. As long as you get one speed roll in it. And then from there, you can look at potentially getting speed off of your rope. Or even potentially your planar, but that might be harder to manage since it's already got 2 rolls. But the nice thing about Silver Wolf is that you don't care what main stat you want, so you're literally just looking for substats on her planar. So it's a bit easier to farm compared to other units. Anything else I can clear up for you before we wrap things up? Alrighty. Thank you for the redeem and thank you for your patience. So now with that, we'll go ahead and call things for tonight. As long as I did not forget anything else. I don't think I did. Let me just make sure. Okay, we should be good to go. So again, we have 2 Zenless account reviews tomorrow. We just wanted to show the 11 substat, no worries. 2 Zenless account reviews tomorrow. HSR 4.3 live stream on Friday, along with the Zenless Deadly Assault clears. I'll be doing my clears on stream, and then we'll be doing viewer clears for the new Deadly Assault. And we will go from there. If y'all want to get notifications when I go live, make sure to hit that follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. If you want to keep on talking about these lovely games that we play, we have the Discord available. We also have my dog. In the Discord, we have channels for Zenless, Star Rail, Neverness to Everness. Whether you're looking for help, looking to help people out, this is the place for you. The account I will add the HSR to the account review, yes. I'll make sure to do that after stream here. Thank you for the reminder. My doggo is in fact signing off as well. Alrighty. I'm gonna get some rest. Y'all do the same. Until next time. Peace.